Hello, hello. Mic check, mic check. Can you guys hear me? Just see. All the technical gremlins from yesterday have been resolved. And looks like we're already having the cars firing up. Okay, so I'm trying a slightly different dashboard today. So let's see if we like this one a bit more. Okay, so I'll put this here. Can either put it like this. We don't need this theoretical lap time. I think they're just taking a bit of space. It's difficult to adjust this when they're actually not running because there is no data being sent out. But just a few seconds, we'll be ready. Okay, so this should give us a bit more space. How do you guys like the testing so far? What do you think of day 2 yesterday? Okay, move the truck map a little bit here. Okay. I think this is one way which I'm not very happy with, to be honest. I still want to keep this head-to-head telemetry. And let's have closest on track. We can make this one a little bit bigger. Chat, do you want to see the track map a little bit bigger? Because obviously I can switch things around a little bit more, but just let me know whether you want to see it slightly bigger. Because I can just cut out half of the grid for the time being, because obviously they're not going to be running in the morning. Okay, let's check where is the F1 TV stream here. And let's go see some cars in action. Last day guys, before the big day in Melbourne, which is in 14 days, FP1 for the 2026 season. Okay, this will make it a little bit better. Guys, do you like this this telemetry screen for today? It's better. I think it's a little bit more informative compared to the last couple of days. Let's make the track map a little bit bigger for the time being. Okay, and what else can we put? Shall we put the speed trap here on the right? Let's do that. And we should be good to go. Already seeing an onboard with Lindblad. Hey, and a lockup. What else is new? We're starting as we left off yesterday and the day before yesterday. Okay, so let's have the speed trap. Might be a good one. So let's see what happened. Yeah, so this is the super clipping for Lindblad. Yeah, this is what I also think is going to be a bit of a challenge, and we'll see inconsistencies in the heavy braking zones after the long straights, where some drivers will have to go into super clipping mode, and essentially they just have to keep their foot down for much longer to be able to recharge. So it'll be interesting to see. Okay, so we are still on board with Lindblad. Yeah, so they are essentially they are doing the super clipping recharge at the end of the back straight and at the end of the front straight here in Bahrain. I'm not sure why the speed trap is not. Chat, do you want to see what do you think about Aston Martin? They're in trouble, is what I think. I think after all of the hopes they've had, you know, assembling a kind of all-star team, if you wish. So far, what we've seen in testing from them, I think they're in huge trouble. They have problems with the PU, as well as they have problems with the car itself. And yeah, I think they have a lot of work to do. Let's just hope it's not going to be a McLaren Honda from 2014 repeat for their sake. But yeah, so far, I've got work to do. So we can put this one a little backwards. So here we can just have the speed trap just for reference to see who is still. So we can have it the finish line and the speed trap detection zone. Okay, that should be good. So Lindblad is back in the pit. Let's see whose data we can check. Let's say the McLaren with Piastri. Yeah, so back to your question about Aston Martin, at the moment they're showing, just a reminder, all the teams, what power unit they're using, but that's going to be one of the challenges for Aston Martin as well as Audi. That they're the only teams that are running a single, I mean two cars, but a single team running the power unit. So I think the issue Aston Martin have had is that they've had very little running as well. So not only their power unit is down on power, so they need to work on it, but also because they've spent so much time in the garage, so no testing, no data, because there is no other team using their power unit. So that delays even further their kind of fixes they have to introduce. So yeah, it's going to be tough for them. But hopefully they'll get their act together and they'll do well. So we have Williams on track. Let's see. Where is Carlos Sainz? There it is. Guys, what do you think? If you've watched yesterday the stream, What do you think of today's telemetry? Is it more useful? Do you like it more, or you prefer yesterday's? Feedback is super helpful. Thank you. So Piastri is on the prototype tire at the moment. That's a 6 laps old tire. Oh, I think it's the first time I actually heard the team radio. That was for Piastri. So they're saying that there is a wind, but the wind is not too bad. It's only 3.2 kilometers. Okay, so we are on board with Piastri. Let's see. Yeah, so not much super clip with him, but it was a pretty late braking. It was at 100 meter board braking. So, okay, so it seems like they're doing the super clipping not just on the back and the front straights. They're actually even doing it on the shorter straights as well. I thought that they have to reach the top speed where, because there is a limit of kind of at what time the electric motor will be deploying energy. I thought that they actually have to reach that limit, so typically that will be the longest straights, but that's not true. Yes. Interesting. Hmm. Okay, so this was a very useful onboard with Piastri. So a couple of things we learned. They can do the super clipping even on shorter straights. And also there is such a difference between, oh, Leclerc is on a fast lap. Let's go with him. And it's also such a difference when the electric motor starts delivering the power, because you could see when they are just running combustion engine versus both, because it's just the upshifts are so much quicker when the electric power is being delivered, which is a lot. It's almost 500 horsepower at the end of the day. Okay, straight away into the 133s for Ferrari. Leclerc is not wasting any time, it seems like. Oh wow, that was a big moment for Leclerc. A huge snap. That was turn 11. But it's also very interesting. So something we mentioned yesterday, because these cars have technically less grip, it also means that the grip is being lost kind of more progressively, not just a sudden snap. And if this, I don't know if you guys are watching, but basically Leclerc had a huge snap out of turn 11, oversteer snap. And if this was the last year's car, I don't think he would have saved it, because the loss of grip, the difference between the delta between having grip and no grip was so big that the drivers were really struggling to recover from slides. But this, he managed, and it looked pretty cool. Not the fastest way around turn 11, but it looked super cool. So I actually think that these cars, even though they have less grip, I think they will have kind of less spins. They may still, the cars will be still moving around, they'll be sliding around, but they'll have less times than not they'll be spinning on track, I think. And so far we've seen very little during testing. So I think that's a good telling. Lots of lockups, but not many spins. Oh, we have Audi and Alpine plotting something together. Looks like Leclerc is back in the pits. So let's go on board with Hulkenberg. See what Audi has got for us today. And as always, chat, if you want any particular drivers telemetry data, onboard data display, just let me know. So I'm trying obviously to adjust based on kind of what's going on track, but and speaking of, Sainz is in the pits, so let's have a look at Mercedes, Antonelli. What tire is Hulkenberg? So that's the hard tire. So the commentators, Anthony Davidson is talking about the complicated rules of these new regulations, and they're saying that if you don't know essentially the intricacies of these new rules and kind of all the management the drivers need to do behind the wheel, it's going to be even difficult to follow, to fully understand what's going on while they're driving. Obviously, casual fans, they can always just see cars driving around and who is in front of whom. But there is just so much now that I have to manage that is happening behind the scenes that you really need to understand, especially these kind of four things, which is the recharge, boost, overtake, and active aero, to really be able to actually watch a race. We'll see. Let's just hope this is not going to be a if you make it too complicated for people to follow, so they will not see a decline in kind of viewership and kind of engagement from fans. I don't think so, but I guess we shall see. Speaking of which, do you guys find the new rules kind of confusing, difficult to grasp, or it's all good and it's kind of easy to understand for you? Okay, Audi is in the pits, but we have Red Bull coming out of the pits. So let's go with Haja. Good point they're also making with regards to the engine technology with these new current regulations, and why is it so important for the car manufacturers is because of its car relevance, unlike the previous generation engine, which had no relevance pretty much. Mercedes did that one-off. Mercedes won, and if you remember how much of a trouble they had throughout the development of that car, it got delayed so many times. But essentially, they tried to make a Formula One engine from the last generation of engines to a road car, and that didn't go well. So the relevance was just not there. But with these engines, they'll be far more relevant to the cars that we drive on the roads. And the good point they're making is that if you think about the industry such as carbon fiber or aerodynamics, probably Formula One and the people working in Formula One, you know, the engineers, the factories, are probably the people that understand those industries better than anybody else in the world today. And this might be the case also with the power units and with the engines. So the manufacturers in Formula One, because of the development in the next years, they might have the edge over manufacturers who are not in Formula One for car engines, you know, road car engines, sorry. I guess we'll see. I also wonder how much it costs the engine manufacturers actually to be in Formula One. You know, a team like, let's say, Honda, which is just a supplier, because I think, let's say Mercedes or Audi, it's slightly different because or Ferrari, you know, they just create the engines in-house, but they also have a team on track, whereas Honda is just a supplier. So just wonder how much it actually costs Honda to be on the grid and to be developing an engine, especially since they have no customers, only one. I mean, no other teams apart from one. Let's see, Red Bull. So this is through turn 13 and the camera froze, so I couldn't see. So he's on a reasonably fast lap, but not really pushing. You can see the car just not at the edge. Still a good lap though. 0.8 of Leclerc. But Leclerc had this massive moment in turn 11. But you could see the Ferrari, like he was just pushing so much more. Hadjar's lap was kind of much more planted and looked much more stable. So we have track temperature at 36 degrees and climbing. And the wind seems to be... Yeah, actually it went up a little bit, but now it's going down. It's only 2.5 kilometers. So the wind should be a no factor today. That's also the other thing. These cars having less downforce, theoretically the wind should affect them less. Obviously they're lighter and kind of smaller, but they should have less disturbance because of the wind. So far we have every team apart from Aston Martin. So Cadillac have done only one lap. So I guess that's just an installation lap in and out. But at least they've done a lap. Do we have Gasly? Yeah, he's actually on track at the moment. So yeah, so back to your question about Aston Martin. Yet again, they're not running. And they're the only team not running at the moment. It's going to be difficult to fix your problems if you have no data. Gasly is on a fairly good lap. It's only 4/10 of Leclerc. Let's go with him. Come on, Gasly. Let's see what we've got from Alpine. And if you missed the poll yesterday, if you are not on chat, so I was asking chat throughout the afternoon whether Alpine is going to be a strong midfield team contender. It was a small majority, but more people think that they will be a midfield, not a backmarker this year. How we're doing with the top speeds? So far the top speeds have been about 326, I think. Right on the money, 326. Already we have today. I think it was yesterday the top speed was 328, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so far Ferrari leading. I'm happy that Haja is doing so far well. Already 10 laps on the board. He had a really disruptive session last week. Was it Friday that he was supposed to drive the whole day? Yeah, I think it was Friday. He did very little running. Then on Wednesday, when it was his turn to be in the car, they also had problems. So let's hope that today he will have a good morning of running. Okay, so Haja is on a relatively fast lap. Let's go with him. And McLaren is about to come out from the pits. I think maybe if we're lucky, Piastri will be on a quali sim. Okay, so Piastri out. How many cars do we have on track? Not many. So let's see what speed will Haja will achieve at the end of the start-finish line. So that's 285 for Haja before the turn 1 braking. Let's go for Piastri. I think he's on a fresh medium tire. Yes. So Piastri is going to do a quali. quali run, so let's see what McLaren has today. I'm just happy to see that the top 4 teams are really close to each other. I know that they're all sandbagging and we don't know which team is sandbagging by how much, but let's assume they're all sandbagging equally. The lap times have been pretty close, and one day you have Mercedes on top, the other day you have Ferrari on top, the other day you have McLaren, or what am I missing? Red Bull. Red Bull typically only when Max is in the car, but still. Let's hope that we'll have a really open championship with 4 teams fighting for it. So where is Piastri? So Piastri is starting his fast lap. Let's just hope that they will bring us on board with him. Oh, Ocon P2. Let's just okay, so we're with Piastri on board. New medium tires. He's definitely pushing out of turn 4. Let's see turn 8. Sorry, turn 10. Turn 8 was good. Yeah, nice. No drama, turn 10. That was beautiful. Hacked the apex, no problem on traction on the exit. Perfect into 11. Yesterday they struggled with a bit of understeer, the McLarens, but not today. Just looks good, even though, but he's down on time. Understeer into 13. So understeer on entry and then oversteer on exit over the curb. Yeah, that's not going to be a great one. 6/10. Yeah, I mean the car was at the limit, to be fair. Okay, we have Lindblad. Let's see. I think they're all going to be doing now fast laps because the track temperature is still fairly low. And these are going to be the best conditions until later in the day, in the evening, essentially. So they're all pushing, although Lindblad is on the C2 tire, so it's not going to be very fast. So looking at the sectors, Leclerc is the fastest in all 3 sectors, so far at least. Do we have someone on a push lap at the moment? Not really. And we have Red Bull in the pits. Round 1 is going to be crazy, isn't it? It's I think essentially today whatever they've learned, they've learned. and the next time we'll see them is going to be for free practice one, so they'll be a little bit rusty after last season. New cars, new equipment, new toys, new steering wheels, new buttons. And if we get rain, excuse me, if we get rain as we did last year in Australia, it's gonna be a spicy race. Although I don't want to lose 5 cars before we even start the race. So, okay, Lindblad is in pit. Let's go Williams. Sainz is pushing. Okay, good through 10. On the back straight, Sainz is reaching 299 kilometers before turn 14. And on the speed trap, where is he? So he's not in the top 4. Actually, I need to move a little bit the speed trap. So Sainz P5 so far. It will be also interesting to see the midfield battle, whoever is going to be in it. Williams seems to be positioned well to be in there, together with Alpine, in my opinion. Haas. I still don't know where Racing Bulls will slot this year, but I don't think they'll have as competitive year as they did last year. Okay, so Gasly's on a long stint, so let's go with Ferrari. Leclerc is back on the soft tire, but these tires are old, so that's 8 laps old tire. Yeah, so riding on board with Ferrari, obviously they have been reporting from the track that it is the quietest car. But it also, when we ride on board with the Ferrari, you can also hear kind of the softness of the sound. Some of the other cars, especially kind of the Red Bull, sound so raspy. The Ferrari sounds kind of soft, kind of a bit more kind of whiny. So let's see. Sainz. No, he's on a long run. So this time on the back straight, he reached 299. Sorry, 291. On the push lap, he did 299. So 8 kilometers difference. I think it's going to be a really strategic game when they are fighting with each other. With the boost button, kind of how do you recharge? I think recharging is going to be key, because ultimately the deployment is the deployment, and essentially you want to deploy it on the straight as much as you can, because that's going to be the biggest advantage. But how efficient you are at harvesting the energy and kind of recharging the electric motor is going to be the key, because then you have a lot of power to defend or attack. And I don't know at the moment what's the most efficient way. It can't be the super clipping. I know there is a lot of talks about the super clipping, but you are so little in terms of so little time you spend at the super clipping kind of edge that it can't be the most efficient. Lift and coast, I assume, is still going to be the lift, coast, and braking. I don't know. I don't even know if they know. So we have Audi. So Sainz gives his long run. So let's go with Audi. Let's go Audi. Come on, Hulk. He's on a C1. Is he on a C1 tire? C2 tire. Okay. So not gonna be a quali. Okay, trackside commentary from Julian Palmer. He's standing up on some tower, not next to a corner. So let's see what Hulkenberg did into turn 10. Was it a lockup? Yes, the front left lockup. The most annoying corner on the Formula 1 calendar. Turn 10 at Bahrain. Top speeds, have they changed? Okay, so we have Piastri now 325, close to Leclerc, which are the top two on the timing sheet as well. Okay, so Leclerc is in the pits. Who do we have? Limblad is starting a lap. Let's go with him on board. C2 tire, so it's not going to be a particularly fast lap, but let's see. 3/10 so far down in turn one, in sector one. Oh, lose on entry into 8. The rear stepping out. Turn 10 okay, but I'm sure he lost a lot of time. And again, lose at 11. They're really struggling for traction there. They are over a second now already down. I don't think it's going to be an improvement even on his previous lap, which was 135.6. I think it will be slower lap. Exactly the same, 135.6. So 100 of a second slower. So technically I was right, but yeah, that sector 2, massive moment. Track temperature continues to rise. Now we're over 40 degrees. So I think the good conditions for hot laps or quali laps are starting to go away. So if they want to do some more quali runs, now is the time. We haven't seen one from Mercedes yet this morning. So we have Ferrari, McLaren, Haas, Williams, and Red Bull, and I guess Racing Bulls. They've already done kind of quali lap simulations. Actually, speaking of, Antonelli's on the C3 tire, and the car looks to be attacking the corner. So let's see. So he peaks at 299 kilometers as well, and on the back straight before turn 14, exactly the same speed as Williams. And he slots in P2, 2/10 off. Really fast, so purple sector 3. That's less than a tenth faster. So why did he lose the most time? Sector 1. Yeah. Yeah, sector 1 is the biggest loss in this on this lap. Well, what did he do? 133.9. We're still way off compared to yesterday. And Aston Martin, they still have these boards up, which means that the car is on pieces and they are working on it, but it doesn't seem to be coming out of the pits anytime soon. No bueno. We have Piastri coming out of the pits. So let's go with him on board. Obviously, Antonelli did his fast lap. Okay, so they're reporting in front of the Aston Martin garage, and it's difficult to kind of speculate. It could be a short turnaround and they'll be on track soon, but it could be much longer. So essentially nobody knows, including Aston Martin, it seems. So we have Piastri on a fresh set of tires with a very slow out lap, which means this is going to be a money lap. Come on. Give us on board of Piastri. We don't want to watch team bosses in the garages, because I think this will be potentially the fastest lap time, because the last fast lap he did was not on a brand new tires. So this is going to be the C4 tire, brand new tire. Let's go. Can we do a open lobby? Open lobby, what do you mean? F1 25. Oh, you mean in game? Yes, of course I do have F1 25. Yeah, we could, but obviously this is the real testing. Yeah, it's not the in game. Yeah, that's not going to be the money lap, guys. Piastri already messed it up again in sector 2. Let's go with Antonelli. He had a purple mini sector, but slow afterwards. For the open lobbies, yeah, I mean, if there is interest, we can certainly do that. Have a bit of fun. By the way, guys, let me know if you want me to make the track map a little bit bigger, because I can just put like a black background and just shift it a little bit up and make it larger. Just let me know if you want to see a bigger track map or not. Antonelli, how is he doing? What is his telemetry showing? Yellow sectors, mini sectors in sector 1, so that's not going to be a fast lap. So Palmer is talking. Okay, so he's talking about not the difficulties, but the difference this year uh, in taking turn two. So apparently the drivers are saying that it's nowhere near flat as it used to be in the past. So they have to be kind of a little bit more careful into turn one and turn two, so that you don't want to go too deep out of turn one, because you just compromise really badly all the way down to turn four. And so he's saying that essentially they're still arriving fast into turn one, but they're being more conservative because they just don't want to go all the way to the curb into two, and they're trying to stay in the middle of the track more. To be fair, turn two, even with the old generation of cars, at least in the sim, was not straightforward. So I can imagine with these cars being difficult. Gasly is on a fairly good lap. Let's go with him. And Piastri is doing another cooldown lap, so now he'll be starting, I assume, another fast lap. Yeah, so Piastri is going for another lap. And Antonelli very close behind him. So Gasly P8, so far, and on his fast lap 1.1 down. So we have McLaren and Mercedes really close to each other on this lap. I'll just wait for Gasly to complete his lap and I'll change the telemetry. So 2 seconds off. So Gasly not really. Let's go Kimi and Piastri. They're both pushing equal tires. Actually not equal tires. Piastri is on the C4 tire. Slightly softer. But yeah, Antonelli definitely dropped back. So the tires are, what do we see here? So Piastri's tires are 3 laps younger. So they're showing replay of turn 10, the different drivers, how they're taking it. Yeah, Kimi Antonelli continues to be the most aggressive on with the and he's flirting with the white lines on turn entry. He's getting so wide. Pretty much everywhere. He's not even doing it just kind of a few places. Let's say down into 14 or into 11, but he's doing it everywhere. Even now into 8. When you watch from outside, he was just getting so wide on the entry. Which that curb actually is not. It's quite tricky. It also means that the Mercedes is riding the curbs quite well. It's quite compliant. We have Haja on the C3 tire. And that's a fresh tire. So let's go with him on board. Oh, he backed off. Never mind. Massive lockup. You can see the flat spot on the front right tire. Piastri's in the pits. So Ocon completed his fast lap. Let's see Antonelli. Let's see where did he lock. Into 8, I assume, because it's the front right. Yeah. Into turn 8, big lockup and big flat spot. I wonder if the tires will be good enough for another flying lap. Wait, what? Why do we have Ocon on intermediates? Way intermediates. And they're not even brand new. 2 laps. Old intermediates. I wonder what sort of a test would that be? Because it's also hot, you can say if it was a cold track at least, you know, you can test temperatures and stuff, but it's a 40 degrees track. That's a strange one. Okay. So now we have the answer. So Anthony Davidson is saying that in the wet, straight mode activates only the front wing, not the rear wing. And in certain areas too. And they're probably testing the right heights. Because at the moment, only the front wing active area is working, not the rear wing. Yeah, so the rear wing stays closed and the front wing works. So yeah. Now we know. Can you please check signs? Yes, absolutely. At the moment he's in the pits though, but as soon as he's out, I can put his telemetry. I'm typing the extra things because my little brother is in the way. I know worse. Oh, good. But yeah, let's see if Williams will be out of the pits anytime soon. Just looking to see who is on a fresher set of tires. So Haja. Let's go with the Red Bull. Actually, no. Let's do Antonelli. He's on 12 laps old tire. I want Ferrari to win the World Championship this year. Leclerc is doing good. Yeah, Leclerc, I mean, so far, as well as this morning. I mean, every time Leclerc is in the car, generally, they're doing well. I think Lewis and Ferrari have been struggling the last couple of days when Lewis was in the car. But yeah, when Leclerc is in and driving, Ferrari look fast. He also did last week a pretty good long run, pretty competitive. But we don't know. We don't know who is sandbagging how much. But I assume you're a Ferrari fan then, if you're hoping for Ferrari to win. And we have Sainz coming out of the pits. Is he on a... Yes, so he's on a brand new medium tires. Not actually. So which team? Which team do you support? Red Bull. Okay. Do you think Hadja will stand a chance against Max this year? Nah, we need Yuki back. Yeah, I don't think Yuki's coming back to Formula One. I really feel sorry for him last season. I thought that he would do better, but wasn't meant to be. How are sciences sectors looking? A bit of a green mini sector, but nothing too great at the moment. Let's see. Once he finishes sector 1. Also, I hope that they'll give us on board of science. And no, he's our reserve driver, and Haja is always missing races. Yeah, that's a good point. Obviously, if something happens to Haja and he gets to miss a race, obviously you will see Yuki in the car. So do you think if Haja or if Max destroys Haja this year, do you think Haja is going to be in Red Bull next year? We have Ferrari also. Sainz's lap was not great, but let's see Leclerc. Is that a multi-viewer? Yes, it's multi-viewer, most of it, and the onboard telemetry is from the official F1, directly from the F1 TV telemetry. I feel like we could get Behrman on the team. You mean in Red Bull? I don't think Ferrari are gonna let him go. I just don't think Ferrari will, because who knows how many years Lewis is gonna stay in Formula One. I think if he has a really, really bad 2026, I think he's done. And I think that Behrman is gonna be the next Ferrari driver as soon as Lewis retires. Okay, so Leclerc went back into the pits to do a launch test. So let's go back with, who do we have? So Gasly is old tires. Hulkenberg is on new tires, so let's go with him. the hard tyre, but still. Fair, but his contract is expiring for Ferrari, Lewis's. Yeah, so I think Hamilton's contract ends at the end of 26, right? But I think that there is a clause of extension. Now, whether he would want to extend it or Ferrari would, I mean, that's a different story. I mean, I think for Ferrari, it's also kind of Lewis joining the team has been a super powerful marketing tool as well. If you remember, the moment that was announced, the kind of stock price jumped by $2 billion. So I think the business side of things kind of also speaks when you have a 7-time world champion in your team. But yeah, whether Lewis retires at the end of 26 or 27 or beyond, I mean, I don't think he has too many years left in him. And I think Behrman is going to be the one to replace him. I miss the good old Lewis. Yes, I do too. I do too. I've been following Lewis since his GP2 days. Yeah, in the early days of McLaren, when he was this humble kid with the short hair, you know, basically going shoulder to shoulder with back then the top dog, which was Alonso, which after the 2 titles he won in 2005 and 2006. Everybody thought that he's going to be the next big thing after Michael. And yeah, Lewis came out and we know how things ended there. But yeah, it's been very difficult last year to watch Lewis. Kind of how down he was throughout the whole season. And that dream move to Ferrari was really painful last year for him. So hopefully this year he'll be. To be fair, he never also got along with these with the cars after 2022. But okay, so Leclerc is on a fresh tire. Let's see. I've been following him since he's been in F4. So for me, okay. So even more than me. Okay. Yeah, so I've been following him since 2006. I still remember that race in Turkey where he spun, and then he had one of his best drives to recover back to the front. I think he finished P3 in that race, but yeah, that was an incredible drive back in GP2. Welcome to Gold Member. Thank you for the support. Thank you for joining the membership. Okay, so Leclerc is on fresh tires, but way off the pace for some reason. What lap are we on? Just give me a second. Do you mean for Leclerc or in general? I mean, the most laps so far we have is Antonelli with 30 laps. So we can do a quick... So you can see the lap times here. Right next to the telemetry. But yeah, so we have Antonelli, the most laps so far, 30 laps, followed by Gasly, 23. Yeah, and Antonelli keeps running. So he hasn't done too many quali simulations, but yeah, so So he's doing the long runs. However, he's now on an outlap on a brand new medium tires. So that's the C3 tire. So let's get ready for a money lap from Antonelli. I'm in school watching this. Hopefully not too distracting to pay attention to the lessons. What lesson do you have at the moment? We have Piastri as well on an outlap on a fresh set of tires. So we will have McLaren and Mercedes going for hot laps. Let's go. Where are they on track comparative to each other? So yeah, they're far away from each other. Geography. Okay. Since you're at school now, I assume that's Europe somewhere. So Antonelli, sector 1, 3/10 down. Good. Geography was a favorite subject of mine when I was back at school, very long time ago. Oh, in China. Okay. That's true. Yes, obviously. So what time is it for you at the moment? I guess that's afternoon, right? Early afternoon. And since you are from China, do you think soon we'll have another Chinese driver? Wow, really nice final sector by Antonelli, but he messed up sector 1 and sector 2. So let's see, Piastri, oof. Massive lockup for Piastri into turn 1. 256, yes, so early afternoon. So how we're looking at the so they're saying the total laps completed by Aston Martin so far in testing, it's less than 400 laps they have. Total, all the sessions, all the days, all the weeks, less than 400 laps. They're massively on the back foot, massively. I mean, considering some of the teams are doing like almost 200 laps a day. I don't think Alonso will be sending Honda a Christmas card this year. He's probably thinking, oh, not again. 2014. Here is you deserve this. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support and also for being here, for making this a engaged conversation, because, you know, we're all here for one thing, which is we share the love for Formula One. So thank you for the support and for being here. Hulkenberg, wow. Whoa. Massive lockup. I think it was four-wheel lockup. I think it's the biggest lockup I've seen so far. No, just the fronts. Okay, so the rears didn't lock, but yeah, that was massive. That's the super clipping for you. I think we'll see a lot of these happening still. So Piastri bailed out, but they're still running, both together with Kimi, but none of them is lighting up the sectors. And now the tires are 3 laps old, so we have Lawson. Sorry, Lindblad. So Piastri is in the pit, so let's go with Lindblad. Leclerc is out, but he's on all tires, so. So Ferrari doing race run. So one thing I'm noticing, and now we've seen 3 different cars, and especially with different power units. So we had the Williams, and now we see Lindblad in the Racing Bulls. When they were on a push lap, down the back straight, they were all reaching similar speed at 299. But when they're on their race runs, they were all reaching 291 kilometers an hour. Which means that they're, even though a lot of testing is going on, they're still kind of, they're kind of getting, they're going to the same conclusion in terms of how to set up the power unit, in terms of how much deployment to give on a race stint. Because they're all, and they're running similar amount of downforce, obviously, yeah, they're reaching exactly the same top speed. Haji is doing better than Verstappen. Yesterday, Verstappen did very well. Um, but honestly, as I was saying earlier, I hope Haji does really well because I like him. I think he had a great season last year. And I hope it's not going to be another short-lived Formula One career because if he gets destroyed by Max. Also, the other thing with Hadja is just looking at him. I mean, obviously, they're all kind of young kids, but he's so hard on himself. Every time he makes a mistake or he has a bad race, you can feel the frustration. You can see it even when he's in the car with his gestures. So I just don't know if he has a really, really horrible season versus Max. I don't know if he'll be able to recover. So that's why I hope he'll have a good season. I don't think he's going to beat Max, but I just hope that at least will be close. I hope. Because also, if Hadja is out of Red Bull seat, then who do they put in that car seat? They tried with Lawson. I don't think they're going to try again. Lindblad, I don't know. I was not impressed with him in Formula 2. In the junior formulas. So I don't know. And I think the Red Bull Junior program, obviously they have Nikola Tsolov, they have, I think Pepe Marti is still part of the junior program. I'm not sure. If Tsolov does well in Formula 2 this season, maybe he'll be one for the future. Lindblad is on a long run. So nobody's running quality laps at the moment. You said that you've been following Lewis for many years, obviously, and you miss the old Lewis. So also that means that you've been following Formula One for a long time. So which era of Formula One is your favorite? Pardon? I mean, which years of Formula One, which generation of Formula One is your favorite? Is it kind of the previous generation, 2022 to 25, or before that, the 2018 to 22, or maybe before the hybrid era with the V8s or the V10s? Which is your kind of favorite Formula One years? 1998, 2002, my man. Ah, I was actually talking about it yesterday on stream. This is my favorite Formula One time as well. Late 90s from 98. I would probably extend it probably to 2000 and let's say 4. But yes, we are definitely on the same page. These are for me the golden years of Formula One. At least for me, obviously. I know people older than me. I know they value the 70s or the 80s. Yes, R.I.P. Senna, indeed. I actually started watching Formula One back in 1994. So, and it, I was fairly young, obviously. I was 11 years old, but it was also a bit of a shock. You start watching, type of sport where people just die on track because we have multiple deaths, in 94. I've been there since the first time. Nice, excellent. It's the 1994, the crash that changed Formula One forever. With all the, obviously, all the focus on safety after that crash. The unfortunate death of Jules Bianchi as well at Suzuka. That also accelerated focus on safety. But yeah, I think 1994 really, really kind of started this focus on safety by FIA. Okay, so Antonelli so far clocked almost 40 laps, so that's 39 laps. And we have Hadja on an out lap. Is he on fresh? Yeah, so he's on fresh tires. So let's go with Hadja on board. Never mind, he's in the pits. He was just testing something else. But Leclerc is on a fresh set of tires. By the way, guys, do you like this telemetry, the onboard telemetry of the drivers? Is that useful? Is it good? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream and welcome to chat. So the fastest sectors we have, and we actually can see it here. Cool life. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you for being here. Gotta go. Grace on boy. Mate, thank you for being here. It was a pleasure to have a chat with you. Thank you for your support once again. Good luck with school, and hopefully I will see you again. My plan is to be streaming the season. But yeah, and I'll be streaming the whole day today. So I don't know, after school, if you have some time, you're welcome to join back. Thank you. Best regards to you as well. All the best. Hopefully the geography lesson was interesting. Bye-bye. Okay, so who do we have? So no one on new medium tires. So nobody's running quali runs. Pretty much everybody at the moment has settled for long race stint simulation. And who is on the longest streak? It's probably Lindblad, 13 laps old tires. Leclerc is on a fresh set of hard tires, and that's the is that the C1? Cannot see. But he'll be going fairly long, I suppose, then. That's a bit of a lock-up again into turn 10 for the Audi. It's interesting when they were showing the replay a few minutes ago. A few cars going through turn 10. Actually, Hulkenberg probably had the best line of everybody, and then a few laps later, just a lock up there. It just goes to show how inconsistent these cars are at the moment, with all of the management the drivers have to do behind the wheel. And I just think that the inconsistency comes from the fact that they just arrive at their braking zone at slightly different speeds, depending on kind of what sort of management they're doing throughout that particular lap. So I think it's definitely going to be a tricky thing for the drivers to kind of build a muscle memory, because every lap you arrive at the braking zone at different speeds. So it's going to be tricky. We as fans, I personally haven't, because everybody who has done sim racing understands how difficult driving Formula One car, even in the sim, is, never mind in real life. But a lot of people have been complaining that modern Formula One drivers are not real drivers, the cars are driving themselves. But that's far from true. And I think this year is going to be even more difficult. It's probably as difficult as back in 2014, when they took away their traction control, launch control, they had this new power unit, very little grip, very little downforce. These cars are already faster than the 2014 cars. So yeah. I'm back. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Good to have you back with us. Are you in the USA? No, I'm in Europe. I'm in Poland. It is the morning for me here. It's just before 10 a.m. here. Kim Kardashian has a double wide diffuser that Sir Hamilton needs to keep a grip on, let alone a monster Ferrari. Oh boy. Hey, Ferrari have the new gimmick, right? That flipping upside down wing. That would make life easier. Maybe. Hulkenberg is on a lap fairly pushing. Let's go with him. It's a bloody distraction. A beautiful distraction, though. Yeah, you can't deny that. Wasn't it? I don't remember, but now it's been many years. But I remember when he was dating Nicole back in, I don't know, probably more than 10 years ago. Didn't they break up for him to actually fully dedicate himself to Formula One? So maybe that's telling. But also, can you blame him? I mean, he's 41 years old. So he's 1 year younger than me. I'm 42. And ultimately, he has no family, no kids. Obviously, he has had a tremendous career. Many records in Formula One broken and all that. But at some point, with age, you kind of start thinking about kind of the simple things in life. So I don't know. At the moment, we have only 2 drivers on the grid who actually have kids. So that's Hulkenberg and Verstappen. And I don't even think any of the other drivers is even married. Never mind kids. So yeah, so I guess he broke with Nicole over a decade ago. And now he has a new, as you call it, distraction. So Kimi is in the pits. Let's have, we have a Cadillac. We have a Cadillac on track, guys. First time since probably 5 minutes into the session. So Paris is fresh hot tires. I just wonder if you'll be just doing installation laps. That's a good point they're making actually on stream. That overtake, Crofty and Anthony Davidson talking about it, that we call it, well, they call it overtake, but it's actually quite confusing because it's not a, because in other series, so overtake button, let's say IndyCar and stuff like that, it's a button that, you know, the driver can use themselves. But in Formula One, overtake is actually going to be an automated system. It's not going to be a, it will just allow you to go beyond the limits of energy deployment per lap, essentially. So yeah, it's going to be a bit confusing for people to get used to. It's not a, the boost is the manual button where the drivers can use whenever they want. So Anthony Davidson is just reading the rule out loud yet again at the moment. How about you guys? Do you struggle with some of these kind of new terminologies and what do they mean and how do they work in practice? You know, the boost, the active aero, the overtake, the recharge. Do you think Newey is being forced to be a team principal or did he take it willingly? I think he took it willingly. I personally think so. I also think that this is one of the reasons why he left Red Bull. I just think that he wanted to have a more kind of more control over everything going on. So in my opinion, I think he wanted it. He will fail opinion. He might, but also, I mean, I think for Adrian, you know, at his age, he knows that this is going to be his last gig, pretty much, yeah. And as far as I remember the details of his contract, he also, I think he got also a big chunk of shares within Aston Martin, so he became a major shareholder as well as part of that move. So I think he's just probably looking for, you know, a few years into Formula One and then life beyond Formula One. I don't know. Obviously, I have no idea what his reasoning is. But when you say fail, do you mean he'll fail as a team principal or on the technical side of things? Or both? Will fail the team, both and himself? Could be. It could be. I mean, if you look at all the achievements Adrian Newey has had throughout his life, arguably the most successful the car designer in the history. But yeah, nothing is guaranteed. Also, based on what we've seen so far from Aston Martin in preseason testing, they're massively on the back foot. So even if the car is magically kind of more efficient when it comes to aero and all the other stuff, at the moment they're struggling so badly with the PU, and I don't think Adrian can do much about it. But yeah, you could be right. You know, past success is definitely not guaranteed for future ones. And also, I assume with your question about the team principal role, you're probably also asking yourself, is his attention being split between the both roles is not going to be a detriment for his kind of work on the technical side? And I think if this is what you're wondering, I think you're right. I agree. I think whether he wanted the role or not, if you ask me, do I think that was the right call? I don't think it was the right call. And if you look at, do you remember when Binotto was made the team principal for Ferrari? And how they were talking, because he was the technical guy in Ferrari, right? And Ferrari did decline in terms of kind of pure performance on the technical side. It's just these roles are, you know, these are massive teams. You're talking about thousands of people. And I think personally, I agree with you. I think it was a mistake, but not our call. Let's have Leclerc and Piastri. It's too much to take on mentally. Yes, 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. It's going to be tough. And again, I mean, these are not just, let's say, being ahead of in any corporation, right? There is plenty of kind of senior managers that have teams, you know, let's say 1,000 or 2,000 people working under them, but it's a different level of kind of mental stress that these guys have to go through, and you know, all the sponsors and all the events they have to take care of, apart from all the things that are happening behind the scenes that obviously we don't know about. I agree with you 100%. So they continue the race simulation runs. At the moment we have 4 cars on track, so that's Leclerc, Piastri, Sainz and Gasly. Man, watching the orange, the papaya McLaren, I miss the old McLaren colors. What do you guys think? Do you like McLaren sticking to the papaya? I was actually pretty excited when they showed the test livery, that kind of black silver, and I was hoping that they will stay with that. But yeah, back to papaya. Do you like the papaya more, or kind of the old days McLaren colors with the black, silver, white? Oh, the white and red. I don't think the white and red is coming back because of it was so tightly kind of connected to the cigarette sponsorship. But yeah, at least the kind of the black, silver, the white. Do you like those more compared to the papaya? Let's see on the data. Something interesting going on. So Leclerc and Ferrari are also ramping up the number of laps. It's up to 40 now, together with Mercedes, by far the most. And we are almost halfway through the session, the morning session. So that's a good mileage. Imagine if Audi somehow brought Quattro technology to Formula One. Used to own a 1984 Audi Coupe Quattro. You just point and go, beautiful, emotional. Yeah, when was actually, did we ever have four-wheel drive in Formula One? That's actually an interesting question. I don't think we ever did. Let me just check quickly. But yeah, that would be awesome. Um, did we ever have four-wheel drive in F1? Oh yes, we did. So back in 1960s and early 1970s. But it never became a standard. Okay. So few cars were running all-wheel drive. Or they attempted rather. So the Ferguson P99, the Lotus 63 from 1969, the McLaren M9A from 69, and the Lotus 56B from 71. So there were 4 attempts of a four-wheel drive Formula One car. 6 wheels I can, yes, 6 wheels I can recall. I can recall that as well. Those images are epic. When Formula One was just absolutely incredible with people. I mean, we also had that. Wasn't there a? I'm trying to remember. Was it WEC with Nissan? That crazy car that also had. But yeah, so back when Formula One had no strict rules, crazy designs were possible. Well, I never knew that. Maybe a new implementation with new technology. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So if I would love for them to give it a shot and to attempt that, um, but I don't see them kind of going away from a pure rear-wheel drive car, because also you have to think the relevance of Formula One as the top tier in racing compared to all the other junior series, because then the cars would just become very different from kind of the junior series. So I don't know. I don't see them going that route. But I also didn't know that F1 actually attempted four-wheel drive cars. Oh, Haji is on a medium tire. Let's see. Is he on a fresh set of tires? Yes, he is. So that's a push lap from Red Bull. Let's see. Hi, I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back, sir. Let's see how this Red Bull looks. Looked pretty uneventful out of the turn 2 and 3, which is a good thing. Now out of 4, through the fast 5, 6, and 7, but there was traffic there. So he caught Antonelli in the wrong place through 6 and 7, so that's not going to be a great second sector. It's good into turn 10. I think it looks planted and compliant, but it's not going to be a very fast lap time from Haja. As was it Jackie Stewart who said it? If everything looks under control, it's not fast enough. That's how this lap looks. Yeah, he's already 1 second down. So he's pushing a bit more into sector 3, but too late. The lap time went away from him. Personally, I believe Audi is on the verge of bankruptcy. Cadillac not as financially secure as they seem to be. When you say Audi on the verge of bankruptcy, you mean the Audi, the car company, or the Formula One team? And yeah, Cadillac, I don't know. I mean, they keep talking, obviously, talking big game for the long run. But yeah, we shall see. I mean, I hope they do well. I hope they do well. I think it's good that we have an American car manufacturer in Formula One. I know that we have now Ford as a PU supplier, but I still don't understand. It's co-developed together with Red Bull, but how much of that work is actually Ford? How much of that work is Red Bull? But yeah, I think it's good to have Cadillac. I hope they stick around. I hope they will not face financial problems. I think the issue with these um, kind of car manufacturers, and we've seen it throughout the years. So if you look at teams like Williams, the sole purpose of existence is Formula One. But for some of these car manufacturers, is not. It's a marketing tool, and yes, to some extent R&D. And we've seen it in so many cases in the past where car manufacturers just leave Formula One because it becomes financially not necessarily unsustainable, but just not worth it. Like you're spending hundreds of millions of dollars and then you're on the back of the queue. That's not a good advertisement for your car in real life, is it? You are not going to put it on the brochure. We are the last team in Formula One. So yeah, I don't know. I hope they have some sort of success and they stick around, but who knows? But yeah, for Audi, do you mean the Formula One team? Company and F1 team will be first to be cut. I'm a toolmaker in North American market. It's a huge flux due to Canadian and American trade war. I'm on the front line. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the traditional car manufacturers in general have been struggling in recent years. Audi is no exception, but yeah. So what are you seeing in terms of the impact of the trade war? I don't want to get into kind of politics and stuff like that, but in general, kind of we see it on the news pretty much every day. But what is the effect that okay, layoffs, okay? Yeah, the world has become an interesting place the last few years. But yeah, I mean, I will not be surprised for Audi. Also, I feel that Audi had really high expectations. I think they had higher expectations than Aston Martin. And I think if they don't have good results in the short term, yeah, I don't. Maybe Audi is just going to lose patience with the Formula One project and they'll just exit. Especially, as you say, if they're struggling to kind of make it financially viable. Not great. I don't know, maybe they made a mistake with deciding to develop in-house engine because that's super expensive. So they're showing on board of the fastest lap of the session so far with Leclerc, 133.6. It looked really good. So understeer into 13. Yeah, and that's why he did not have a purple last sector. So through sector 3, not perfect. So that's an hour and 53 minutes to go. I wonder if we see some more hot lap stints. Yeah, so under 2 hours to go. So they were saying about obviously Ferrari not having Lewis in the car today, which we know because yesterday we had the whole day Hamilton, which was not a great day for him, by the way. Didn't do much running. So Haas is doing a launch test. So I was looking at, I think it was actually last Friday when they were doing the launch kind of procedure and tests. From what I saw, seems like they need to rev these engines up to 12,000 RPM when they're standing on the grid and kind of just pulling up the turbo. So about 12,000. It's difficult to see right now because it's a daylight, so you can't really see what's displayed on the steering wheel, but when it's night you can clearly see on the displays, and it seemed like they're more or less all running at around 12,000 RPM, which seems to be the optimal RPM speed for the turbo to spool. Well, actually, Ocon is warming up tires. Is that a fresh set of mediums? 3 laps old, but he might actually go for a hot lap. Let's see. Oh, Ferrari and McLaren fighting on track. So Leclerc is on a 5 laps old tires, and Piastri 19. 19 laps old tires. Okay. So I'm not sure how much Leclerc is pushing. However, looks like the McLaren is able to follow fairly close, considering how much of a delta there is between the age of the tires. Oh, a Mercedes stopped in the runoff area, so that's not planned, I assume. Yeah, definitely not planned, because now we have a red flag. Okay, let's see the replay. What happened? Do you guys think that Mercedes are the top of the pile so far, based on preseason testing? Do you think they will be the best? They'll be the team to beat? Ferrari all day, every day, team to beat. Do you mean that because you support Ferrari, or you genuinely think that Ferrari will be the ones to beat? Oh, let's see. They're showing on board. Let's see what happened with the Mercedes. Okay, so lost drive on the exit of 10. Hmm. So it didn't look like a gearbox? It didn't look like a gearbox. It looked more like the electric power, but who knows? They have somehow caught a real-life transformer and made it into a Formula One monster. I support Aston Martin, but respect Ferrari. Okay. Yeah, Ferrari have done a good job, I think, this time around. Again, who knows what the true pace of all these cars is. But yeah, I think they've done a good job. Aston Martin, on the other hand, if you're supporting Aston Martin, I guess difficult pre-season testing for all the Aston fans. And today is no different. After yesterday, Fernando stopped on track. The car has not been out yet. I'm Canadian and love Lawrence Stroll Sr., the boss. Okay. A very successful Canadian, definitely. What do you think about Lance, though? Not necessarily as a driver, but I get the feeling for the last few seasons that all the interviews we've heard him talking, he almost like doesn't want to be in Formula One anymore. What do you think? And in general, kind of what is the press in Canada thinking of kind of Lance and kind of his general journey in Formula One? So Ocon, Gasly, Lindblad, so they're all coming out of the pits. Gasly is on medium tires. Ocon, we don't know yet. Hadja is on medium, but let's go with Gasly. 'Cause maybe Gasly will be running a quali simulation. There is a replay of Piastri. Wow. That was a massive loss in traction. So that was the run when I was saying earlier when the McLaren was able to stay close to the Ferrari, even though there were 14. His tires, the Piastri's tires, were 14 laps older, and they were just showing a replay out of 11, massive oversteer and loss of traction. Every father has dreams for their boy. Senior just doesn't want to believe the junior doesn't have the talent, even though he knows it. I can definitely understand that. As a father of a young boy myself, if I had the financial means and the possibility to put him in a Formula One seat, I would. So I can definitely understand your statement and Lawrence's kind of point of view. So Kimi is back in the pits, walking. So Ocon seems to be pushing, but he's on the older set of tires. That's 6 laps old tires. So the lap time is not going to be there, but he's definitely pushing it. Okay, there is a lot of work going on with the McLaren. At the rear, engine cover is off. So after the red flag, seems like something has gone wrong on the back of that McLaren. I mean, the McLaren mechanics don't seem too worried about it. But yeah, so there are smiles around. So I assume the McLaren issue is not something serious. Now the Mercedes, on the other hand, we don't know. So I was saying it doesn't look like gearbox, but they're actually saying it could be gearbox. So they don't know whether it's the power unit or the gearbox. Speaking of Ferrari, actually Ferrari did they have an engine issue during this test? I don't think they had. I mean, we don't know why Lewis spent so much time yesterday in the garage. I remember at the end of last Friday, I think it was the last few laps where Lewis stopped on track, but that was not a PU problem either. So I don't think Ferrari have had an engine issue during this test. I don't know, do you guys remember any PU issues? Okay, so Gasly is on a hot lap, 2 green sectors. His previous best lap is 1:35.6. Let's see what he does. And faster, so he's up to P6. And that's 1:34.8, so that's 8 tenths for Gasly. Louis be on the phone with Kim while in the garage. Could have been. We don't know. But yeah, yesterday he spent so much time in the garage and nobody knows. After that initial test of the rear wing that flips, then they just spent pretty much the whole morning in the garage. Sorry, can't help myself. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they've had PU issues, which is good. I think the reliability of Ferrari has been really good. I think in general they've had a pretty good preseason testing, Ferrari, especially compared to last year. Ferrari solid. Yes, agree. Ferrari do look solid. And we will not know pace-wise until the qualifying session in Melbourne. We just wouldn't know. But yeah, they look solid. Good news for all the Ferrari fans because it's been really painful. What's now that we're coming up to 18 years since the last Ferrari World Drivers' Championship back in 2007. It's been a long, long time. Let's see if someone is doing hot laps or fairly fast laps. Nobody at the moment. But we have Cadillac on track. Let's go see what Checo has. So he's on the prototype tire at the moment. They're talking on stream about the sounds of the cars and how different and better the Audi sounds compared to everyone else. I just don't want to see Zach celebrating like over the top American. Just irks me. Love Oscar and Lando. Zach, not so much. Yeah, they do have a great driver lineup. So, leaving Zach behind, who did you want to win the World Championship last year? Was it Lando, between Lando and Oscar? Are you happy with Lando winning? Haja is on a fresh set of tires. Lando, yeah. He's a little under aggressive, but enough for the end of the day results. I agree. I personally, I mean, I don't support either Oscar or Lando, but I wanted between the both of them. I wanted Oscar to win more than Lando, but I think Lando deserved it more at the end of the day. I think the first half of the season, Oscar was amazing, but after the summer break, he just, you know, his form just fell off, especially after the Baku. Yes, it was bad qualifying, but the mistake he made on lap one in Baku, and it's been downhill since then. So I think overall, I agree. I think Lando deserved it more. 100% agree with you. So they're interviewing Pedro de la Rosa for Aston Martin's kind of issues at the moment. But again, he's not saying anything interesting. So it's the same story. Yeah, we have issues. We know we have issues. We're hopeful we can resolve them. I think that's all they can say at this point. Even if it's not the reality, what else they can say? But yeah. Oscar got into his own head too much. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you look at the first half of the season, Oscar was the much stronger of the two mentally. And I'm not sure what happened the second half of the season. I mean, there is two things that happened. Yes, you're probably right. Probably he got over his head a little bit. But also, if you look at objectively, Lando has been now what, 9 seasons into Formula One, and Oscar only 3. So that's one. Number two, if you look at Piastri's form, not in 25 but in 2024, the second part of the season, again, those same tracks, so starting from Baku. So all of the tracks in Asia, he struggled in 2024 as well. I think in the last, after Baku in 24, I think he had only one podium. And we remember how strong McLaren were back then. So even though Red Bull won it at the end, I mean, not the, Max won it, but McLaren were so strong at the second half of that season that they won the Constructor Championship. And Oscar had only one podium. So I think it's perhaps a combination of, as you said, maybe he got into his own head a little bit, but also he just maybe doesn't like those tracks, doesn't have enough experience on those tracks, and he was just not fast enough. It's as simple as that. And he was not fast enough in 24, and neither he was fast enough in 25. But again, there is a 5-6 years of experience difference, and those tracks typically are not tracks that you are racing on outside of Formula One. A lot of them street tracks, and yeah, we shall see. I'm curious to see if Oscar will be much stronger in 26. Verstappen leaves F1 end of season, just a feeling. The man wants a real car, not this Mickey Mouse Formula One. I concur with you. Thoughts on Oscar? Okay. Yeah, so Verstappen is very interesting. Obviously, he has been very vocal about these current 2026 cars. I don't think he's gonna leave at the end of 26, but he's not gonna stick around in Formula One for much longer. I agree with you on that. But also Max has grown up so much. I guess matured so much in the last, especially the last 12 months. I think, first of all, obviously, I've been supporting Hamilton for many, many years. So 21 was a tough year to like Max if you have been a Hamilton fan. But looking objectively, Max has grown so much since kind of the cocky, young, fast kid from like, what, 10 years ago. He was incredible last year. But yeah, he's not going to stick in Formula One for long. I agree with you. Do you think there is a chance for him to actually move to Aston Martin following Adrian? Because I was thinking after the Adrian Newey's move was announced, I was thinking because Max also wants to do, other motorsports, not just Formula One. I mean, he loves GT3. Obviously, he wants to do the 24 hours of Nürburgring. He wants to do WEC. And I was just thinking that because Aston Martin also have a hypercar program in WEC, and with Adrian moving there, maybe Max will choose kind of to switch teams because Red Bull obviously has only Formula One for the most part. And maybe he would choose to go to Aston to be able to do WEC after Formula One as well. Do you think that's a possibility, in your opinion? So Gasly's in the pits. Who do we want? Let's have Leclerc. He's on the medium tire, on the C3 tire. So looking at the outlap of Leclerc, he might be preparing for a hot lap, quali lap, even though his tires are not fresh. We'll see. Okay, so down into turn one, no lockups for Leclerc. So he's on a old laps, 8 laps old tire, medium C3 tire. So yeah, so he's doing a hot lap but on old tires, so it's not going to be green sectors. It's already over 1 second off the pace in sector 1, and the Mercedes is going back into the pits. Well, they're pushing the car into the pits. I believe Max leaves Formula One altogether and joins with Vettel. Whatever Vettel is doing, I believe Vettel said as much in the German interview. Maybe they will do beekeeping for a bit. Yeah, so actually there was an interview with Max a few days ago, I think. And he was saying that he would be open to do Le Mans 24 with Vettel and Alonso. Yeah, Max just loves racing so much, and he wants to try different racing categories. Obviously, he loves sim racing as well, and he's probably the biggest supporter and the biggest ambassador of sim racing in the world. At least the highest profile driver. Okay, so Haja is back in the pit. Who do you guys want to see a telemetry for? What happened to Haja? Massive lockup into turn 1. Also, weird line Haja was taking. He was in the middle of the track all the way up until the braking zone. And so you still have a bit of a steering angle if you do that. And no wonder he locked. I don't know why he did that. Let's have McLaren. So Piastri, 7 laps old tire, and he has the Audi breathing down his neck. Max to be is the modern day Fangio, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Although I don't think Max has any interest in IndyCar. You know, if you look at the Triple Crown, I don't think he has interest in IndyCar. But yeah, a modern day Fangio is definitely a good way of describing Max. So that's interesting. So Oscar let the Audi by. I wonder why. Let's go with Hulkenberg to see. So in terms of tire age, so Piastri on a 8 laps old tire, and Hulkenberg is on 9 laps old tire. So tire life is pretty much the same. They're both doing a long run test, but looks like the Audi is pulling ahead of the McLaren. It's the end of my shift and I gotta pack the tools. It's been emotional. Thank you for the interactions. Thank you for being here. Pleasure. The whole stream is much more entertaining for me as well when you guys interact, so we can have a conversation. But yeah, it's been a pleasure to have you. And yeah, have a good, I guess for you is pretty late at night, I assume, right? But yeah, hopefully I'll see you around in some of the next streams. I'm planning on streaming throughout the whole season. Obviously, if this does well and people interact and people enjoy it. But yeah, it was a pleasure. Good to have you with us. So Piastri and Hulkenberg, if you look at the track map, they continue to lap pretty much equally. I just wonder if Piastri is also testing how is it, because Piastri let him by on the straight, on the start-finish straight. So maybe Piastri is also testing the effects of the dirty air, so he's just sticking behind the Audi and trying to figure out how the car is going to behave in a race situation. Good night. 4:40 a.m. We'll drop in again. Cheers. Yeah, have a good night, sir. It's very, very late for you, but yeah, get some rest and I'll be happy to see you again. Okay, so now Piastri is falling behind a bit more, as you can see on track map. Interesting. So the Audi is doing really well on this long run. Okay, so Hulkenberg is in the pits. So who do we have? Let's have Ocon. Yeah, so they're talking about the interview of Lauren Mackey from, I think, Wednesday, when they were asking him about Max and Max's opinion of these new cars, where because he doesn't particularly like them. I mean, it's not that he doesn't like them, but he's just saying, let basically Formula E be Formula E. We don't need a bigger battery in Formula One. Let Formula One be just its own thing. But Lauren Mackey, when they were asking him about it, he was actually having a pretty suspicious smile and saying, look, Max, maybe he doesn't adore these cars at this point. And I'm paraphrasing, so I don't know what word he used, but he was saying that Max is probably going to be the best driver to adapt to these cars because, and he's right. So Max likes a car which has a very, very pointy front end with a very loose rear, and his just natural ability to control the car helps him to be super fast in these with such a setup, with such a car. And these cars so far have been exhibiting exactly that. Lower downforce. So they are saying that at the moment here at Bahrain, which is a high downforce track for the most part, they are running similar downforce levels as of Monza downforce levels of the old generation of cars. So all these cars that are moving around at the rear, Max should be suited really well for those new cars, and I think he's right. So if Red Bull have a good car, Max, I think, will be even tougher to beat. Just going to increase a little bit the track details, the corner labels and numbers, so they're more visible. Let me know if this is better. I think we can go a bit further even. Yeah, perhaps the corner numbers. Okay, chat, how is this? Is it a little bit better on the track map? cooling issues. Oh, we have McLaren back on track. So it looks like there was no issue, no serious issue at least with the McLaren. I mean, as we saw, the mechanics were smiling in the garage, so it couldn't have been anything serious. So it looks like all teams are struggling with the cooling. Yeah, to be fair, I think they're lucky that obviously these hot days in Bahrain, at the moment track temp is what, 45.5 degrees, and air temperature is over 26 degrees. And for the most races throughout the season, obviously it's hot conditions, and I think there is gonna be a lot of good learning during this test, because if this was like they used to test back in the day at Barcelona, I mean, in Spain is warm, but nowhere near as warm. So this is a lot more representative. So there is good data for the teams to gather. So they're showing on replay now Lindblad and Sainz. So Lindblad following very closely Sainz, the Williams. That's what out of turn 11 had a massive snap, because obviously, you know, the Williams ahead took even additional downforce away from him. Had a massive snap, but he managed to catch it and to continue. And again, I know that I've been mentioning it a few times, but if this was last year's cars, I don't know if he would be able to save it. I think this is good. I think this is good. Ooh, weather forecast for Melbourne. I know it's obviously far. It's 2 weeks away, so obviously it can change. But so far, 75% chance of rain. That will spice things up, wouldn't it? Cadillac, come on. Let's see what Cadillac have for us. How far off the pace Perez is? 8 seconds, so he has still only done like installation laps, I guess. Let's see, this looks like more like a long run race stint simulation. Ooh, way off the pace. That's 6.5 seconds. Aston still in the pit? Yes, unfortunately, Aston Martin is still in the pits. We haven't even seen the car today. They still have these paravans, the boards still up, which means that the car is still on pieces. At least the floor is missing. Now we have Leclerc and Ocon close to each other. Let's go with them on board. So Ocon is on the medium tire, 7 laps old tire, and Leclerc is on the hard tire, 4 laps old tire. So technically Leclerc is on a newer tire, but the slower compound. So let's see. If we look at the track map, if Ocon is gonna be able to stick to Leclerc's back, but so far it doesn't seem to be the case. So the Ferrari is pulling ahead. So far we have only the Ferrari that have completed more than one Bahrain Grand Prix at 64 laps. So the GP's 57 laps, obviously. So Leclerc has done more than one Grand Prix distance, and then we have Lindblad now just crossed the line for a full race distance of 57 laps. Antonelli was doing well with the Mercedes, but obviously with the issue they had, so he's stuck at 49. And I don't think Mercedes is coming back on track until the afternoon at least. I'm sure Mercedes are not too happy the final day. And also depends what the issue is. They may not be even able to run in the afternoon. Yeah, so Ocon and Leclerc, if you look at the track map, they continue to, Leclerc is continuing to pull ahead, even though he's on the slower tire. Yeah, so on the head-to-head, you don't see it on this track map, but I see it on my other screen. Because when you select the two drivers, so like in this case we have Leclerc and Ocon, On my other track map, I also see, depending on the color, in which sectors of the track, which driver is faster. And so pretty much Leclerc is faster in every single part of the track. On board with the Ferrari. So that's 6 laps on the tire. And we still haven't seen that rear wing of Ferrari after yesterday, that one lap that they did. I'm still pretty sure that was just a bluff. So everyone doing long runs at the moment. At least the track is busy. So how many cars we have? So that's 2, 4, 6, 7 out of 11 cars on track. Okay, so Hulkenberg, what is he on? He's testing the prototype tire, which is fairly soft, so let's see what he'll do. Let's go with him on board. Ooh, 9/10 out of sector 1. Hi again, mate. Hey, good to have you with us again. Welcome back. How is it going today? What is the effort today? So to summarize quickly, I was gonna do it at the end of the session anyway, but so far Ferrari looks solid in terms of mileage. They have by far the most laps. They look fairly fast, consistent, and with a lot of mileage. Mercedes is in the pits. Had an issue. We don't know if it's a PU issue or gearbox. But yeah, Antonelli stopped on the exit of turn 10 and the acceleration just kind of lost power. Piastri and McLaren generally consistent, but Piastri has been pretty much all of his quali laps. He was either locking or going wide, so it was not, he couldn't kind of put together a perfect lap. Haas doing great, as you can see, P4, and they've been running really well. Haja, I know you're a Red Bull fan, so at least he's running today, so that's a good sign. An okay run this morning. Nothing special, but at least he's running, so that's good. He has what? 39 laps, which is not enough. I'm sure that he's hoping to complete at least a Grand Prix length of 57 laps, at least, I assume, because we have Max in the afternoon. But yeah, all in all, a good day for most of the teams. Aston Martin is the one that struggled the most. We have not even seen the car yet. So after yesterday's stoppage on the track, we have not seen the car today at all yet. And Perez and Cadillac also spent most of the morning in the pits. So they're just out now, and he has done actually a total of 34 laps, which is not too bad, but a lot of these laps have been way off the pace, so I don't know what they're testing. I'm good. I saw that Antonelli had an issue with the car when I started the broadcast. Yes, he did. We still don't know what it is. The car is now in the pits, in the garage, but they haven't said if it was a PU or gearbox. I think it's one of those, but how it goes for Haja and Red Bull in your eyes today? I mean, not as good as yesterday when Max was driving, certainly. As you can see, so yesterday Max, I'm not talking about the pure pace, but Max did a lot of laps. And so far, Haja is 39 laps. Actually, let's go with him on board, because he was on an out lap. Down the straight finish line now. Start finish line, sorry. He's on a 6 laps old medium tire, Haja. So most of them at the moment are just running, I mean, all of them are running race simulations. I think the quali laps are over. It's also the track is too hot now. We are now almost 45 degrees track temp. Yes, I can see that also from the Barcelona data, so this doesn't surprise me. He's average 1-2 seconds slower than Max. Whole testing, even on push laps, he never goes under 134 times. Yeah, I was talking earlier because we had another Red Bull fan on chat. I don't know if he's still around, but yeah, we were discussing it, and I was saying that I really hope that Haja has a good enough season so he doesn't get destroyed by Max, because if he does, that might be his last season in Formula 1, so hopefully it won't be the case. So he's weaving at the moment, trying to generate temperature into the tires. I wonder if he would attempt a fast lap, even though the tire is not brand new. But yeah, we must not forget this is for many of the drivers that are driving at the moment. This is going to be the last 50 minutes they'll have in the car before round one, free practice one in Melbourne. And Haji is not on a fresh tire, so I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have any new sets left. I feel like he will be disappointed with this morning session, but and this is another example of the car is built around Max. Even that the regulations are brand new, and even he didn't know from what he needed. So yeah, this is just the second driver typical. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as we were discussing also yesterday, and I think I was mentioning it a bit earlier today, you know Max very well. Max likes a very pointy car with a loose rear end. And these cars this year, even if you don't set them like this, if you don't set them up like this, they just they have such a little downforce that this is how the cars will behave anyway. So I think it will be even harder to beat Max in these cars, whether whether the car is designed around him or not. Probably it's not because it's just very new still. It's just the natural behavior of this car or these cars. I feel is gonna suit Max even more without special kind of setups. So yeah, I think it's gonna be an uphill battle for whoever is in the second Red Bull, no matter what. Skill issue or otherwise, Daniel Ricciardo curves from 2018 until not. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to say you're on point, mate. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be tough for Haja, certainly. Looking back on Max's time in Formula One, I know with Ricciardo back in 2018, uh, but wasn't it because also Max kind of got promoted because they demoted Daniel Kvyat and they promoted Max, and it was in the middle of the season, right? So, and this was kind of that particular season, which was, it was all new to Max, where kind of Ricciardo was doing well against Max. But if you remember, towards the end of the season, that was no longer the case. So I actually think that the only driver that got close to Max in the same car was Carlos Sainz when both of them drove for Toro Rosso. By the way, I missed the name Toro Rosso. Racing Bull, Visa, Cash Carp, whatever. It's wow. What a name. Yeah, I mean, I saw Antonelli Piastri laps from yesterday. They were impressive. Also, particularly Antonelli lap was stunning. Yeah, Antonelli has been my favorite driver during this preseason testing because he's on the limit every lap. Um, if you look at kind of the lines he's taking through every corner, I was watching him today. He was getting so wide on entry on every corner. You would expect to do that in corners like, I don't know, the entry to 14 or the entry to 11, like after a long straight, you would expect that. But he was doing it even down into turn 8, which you have to go, if you remember the track, the 5, 6, 7, the fast S's, the flowing section. So he has to go all the way to the left, and it's a very short run to turn 8. He was still almost 4 wheels off the track into turn 8. So he's on the limit all the time. I love it. They share the same seat in Toro Rosso back then, yeah. But for the most people, the closest rival to Max was Daniel. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think, and I need to change the data. So let's have Williams. we have on track. And something is wrong with the data. So the onboard telemetry doesn't seem to be working. Just restart it. I'm just trying to reset it, guys, because it's stuck. Don't know what's wrong with it. Because the track map works. Okay, let's see now. No, it's still stuck. I'm not sure why. Okay, seems like it's back now. Okay, yeah, so seems like we're back. Let's go with Haja. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what went wrong with the telemetry data, but we're back in business now. Let's have a look at chart. Turn 8 is also very tricky because you need to start decelerate at the same time. You need to nail the apex at the corner, otherwise you will lose all the momentum of the car for the next straight. Yeah, turn 8 is definitely tricky, but that's what I'm saying. I was very impressed with Kimi pushing to the limit even there. And also, you know that the curb there, I mean, generally the curbs around Bahrain are pretty big. So turning, you know, basically changing fast direction from going left and then turning into turn 8 to the right and then braking at the same time. And then these big curves is very tricky if you want to go all the way out on entry to turn 8 to take the curb. And Kimi was doing it on every lap, not even on his quali laps, every lap. The guy is just a machine. I love it. And he's so young. It's insane. Very impressed with his preseason testing. Because it's new technology for Audi. The traction out of these curbs is very low, so yeah, everyone who has driven Bahrain in any of the sims would know it's a tricky track over the curbs. How is Sainz doing? So Sainz is on a 8 laps old medium tires. Oh, we have a new leader on the speed trap. We have an Alpine 329. So we have a Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes, Ferrari, the top 4 in the speed trap. Also, the curb on turn 10 is very problematic for the drivers. You need to be close as possible on the curb without... Yeah, turn 10, you don't touch the curb on the entry because you just lock. You touch the white line, but you don't go over the curb because, yeah. I think yesterday a couple of drivers went too deep, so they had to just completely turn around the car there. George Russell was one of them for sure, I remember. And I'm not sure who was the second car to do the same. Otherwise, you lose momentum. Oh yeah, that's connected still to the turn 10 entry. Yeah, yeah. If you go over the curbs, it's very tricky. It's you lose time, but it's also very easy to lock if you do that. Lock your fronts. We have Piastri getting out of the pits. Used hard tires. Actually, there was yesterday I saw in the F1 TV app there was a pretty good graphic with the tire allocation for all the teams. Let me try to dig it out and I'll put it on the screen. That was very useful. So let's see where it was for the tires. They're showing the different approach to the rear wing for the active aero on the straight line mode. It's crazy how different they are. Oh, by the way, you were asking me earlier about how are we doing. That is one thing I forgot to mention. We saw the intermediate tires today. I think it was the first time we saw it during the Bahrain testing. We had Ocon testing the intermediates. I mean, I suppose they were not testing the intermediates per se, but they were testing the right heights for when the active aero only at the front is working. Because when you have wet conditions, or I suppose damp conditions, yeah, because I think it's a full wet, probably active straight line mode is going to be completely disabled. But if you have damp conditions with intermediates, the active aero is going to work in a slightly different way. So you have only the front wing engaging the straight line mode, whereas the rear wing will stay kind of fixed for cornering. So yeah, so we saw the intermediates today. Ocon was sliding around the track at over 40 degrees track temperature in Bahrain on intermediates, but they were probably testing the right heights. Oh, cool. On dry track, they probably go 10 seconds. Yeah, obviously he was way off the pace, but you know, testing. But it was interesting. Everyone was surprised to see. At first, we're like, oh, is that an intermediate tire or there was an issue with the graphics? But it was the intermediates. So I found the graphic for the tire allocation. I'll just put it on the screen now. Just put it here. Oh. So this is the current tire allocation for all of the teams. I don't know how visible it is. I'll just remove this so I can actually make bigger the window. Go back to chat. Okay. What do you use for this telemetry? Multiview app or something else? I'm using both multiviewer and official. So some of it is multiviewer. So the majority that you see on screen in terms of kind of the lap times, the sector times, the mini sector times, that's multiviewer. The telemetry head-to-head with the kind of revs, speed, throttle brake on the right-hand side. That's directly from the F1 live timing. And the track map is also multi-viewer. I like the track map of multi-viewer better than the one from the F1 timing, so that's why I'm using that one. But yeah, it's a bit of both. Yeah, that's what I told you yesterday, Cadillac. Yes, back to what we discussed yesterday about Cadillac having bigger tire allocation. I found strange that Aston doesn't have any C1 and C2 tires. Yeah, I don't know. First of all, I don't even know when the allocation was done. But yeah, it's strange. Hi. Hello. Good to have you back. Is the school day finished for you? Another 100%. Lovely. But how is work on testing? I also use it, but for me it doesn't work. Okay. How is work on testing? You mean the C1 and the C2 tire, I assume you mean, right? Why are you ignoring me? I was your best viewer. I'm definitely not ignoring you. You've gone quiet, so I assume you went back to lessons or finished school, but I'm definitely not ignoring you. And I'm happy that you are back with us. And thank you once again for your support. Really, really appreciate it. I've been chatting. Oh, no. So the last chat I saw from you, it was I'm back, and I said welcome back, and then you've gone quiet. So I thought that maybe, again, you were saying that you're having lessons, so maybe you were just at school. But yeah, I'm definitely not ignoring you. What do you think? Actually, now both of you are Red Bull fans, together with Pickup Speed. So he's also a Red Bull fan, as we found out yesterday. So what do you think, Grayson boy, what do you think of Hajar's run so far? So he has 30 minutes left and no more time in the car until Melbourne. What do you think? to the Max Verstappen. Yes, I'm sure Pickup Speed will definitely agree with you. No, I mean the telemetry from multi-view, it doesn't show up for me for testing. Oh, yes. So the issue with that is that you actually have to access it differently than what you do for the races. So if you go on the top right corner, there is like 3 dotted lines. Click on that, and then it will show you show live timing, or just let me see, what is it called exactly. If you go to the test session, like you normally would do to display during races, you will not be able to see it. Not bad. Gotta go quiet. Okay, you gotta go quiet. Okay, yes. So come back anytime you can, and once you can chat, just chat. Yeah. Sure. Not just that's just me. Yeah. Understood. Hopefully, my voice is not too distracting for your lessons. Obviously, if it is, just mute me. But yeah, I'll still be watching and listening. Yes. Yeah. Okay, fine. You won't be chatting. So come back to chat anytime you can. Yeah, obviously focus on the lesson, but yeah, come back to chat anytime you can. It's always a pleasure. And back to the multi-viewer. So yeah, if you go to the home page of multi-viewer, click on the 3 dotted lines on the top, 3 dots on the top right corner, and then there is a live timing. Click on that. This is how you access the live timing, telemetry during the preseason testing. Don't go to the test session because you will not find it there. Yeah, I found it works. Glad I could help. Ferrari testing pit stops. That looked fairly quick. They had really great pit stops last year, Ferrari, didn't they? I click on live timing and everything now works. Do you want to know something cool? Yes. Always I want to know something cool. Tell me. So final 25 minutes. So let's see. So we have Ferrari, Mercedes in the pits, Red Bull and Williams also in the pits, and obviously Aston Martin. Yeah, as expected, Mercedes are not coming back. By the way, back to your point about Aston Martin not having any C1 and C2 tires. I'm surprised they don't have C2, but also they have taken these extra super soft tires, the C5s. Williams also didn't bother with the C1, and Red Bull also didn't bother with the C1. Hmm. McLaren have definitely stockpiled the C2 tire. I have so many of them allocated for the second season, for the second testing. Okay, so we have Red Bull coming out again. 23 minutes to go. So Sainz is on a very old tires, so that's 20 laps old medium. So let's go with Haja. We have 2 Red Bull fans on chat as well. I mean, maybe we have more, but at least they haven't said so. So let's see Haja's final few minutes in the car. Your live timing is 6 seconds forward than mine, even that you're in live on YouTube. You're in the future, mate. I mean, on the Resident Evil. Oh, that's interesting. So if this was, obviously this is testing, right? But if this was a round one, and this, let's say this was the qualifying session, so you will hear from me who is on pole before you actually see it on TV. That's interesting. Actually, one thing I need to figure out is when you look at the telemetry, the onboard telemetry for Piastri and Haja at the moment, right? So that one is far ahead compared to multi-viewer and to the live kind of images that I'm seeing from the F1 app. So I actually have to figure out a way to slow it down, because at the moment that's just too far ahead. But I don't know how to do it. I have to work it out before the first race in Melbourne. And if anybody in chat knows how I can add additional latency to the F1 to the live timing coming out of F1.com, would be much appreciated. So Williams will be doing a pit stop test. Oh, that didn't go well. Okay, so that was definitely something going wrong during the pit stop. But good point by Anthony Davidson. The question is whether there were it was a planned test of a pit stop gone wrong, or it actually went wrong. But yeah, so they had 3 tires on the car, and the rear right was off the car, so the car was basically kind of leaning on the right side, and they were doing some adjustments to the front wing. But that's testing, right? Have to test everything, including when things are not going according to plan. Eighteen and a half minutes to go. Oh, we have Leclerc on a 1 lap old medium tires. So let's go on board with Ferrari, and that's a purple middle sector for Leclerc. So he's going for it. Shame they're not showing the Ferrari. And he just did, what's that? Yeah, they didn't show him. So he did not improve, but purple middle sector. So Williams doing another, excuse me, another pit stop. Oh, we have Aston Martin coming out of the pits, guys. We waited 4.5 hours, but we finally saw Aston Martin. Let's go with Lance Stroll. Yeah, for the last 15 minutes. I don't think he'll do any significant running. They'll just probably just check all the systems, installation labs, and that'll be it. Okay, so Leclerc is back in the pits. Let's go Red Bull. Piero Ferrari looking. He's in the pit. I'm surprised he's in the pits during the tests. The commentators are saying, I don't know if it's true or not, but the commentators are saying every time we've had a Ferrari family member in the garage during preseason testing, then the car was good. Whatever that means. But I'm surprised to see him during a preseason test. I guess Bahrain is close to Abu Dhabi, so it's very easy just to pop from Abu Dhabi to Bahrain. Watch, get back there. Did you see my comments above? Do you mean for the timing of 6 seconds? Or for the last 15 minutes of Aston Martin running on track? Or something else? No, so I have not seen then. They did not appear then. The last comment from you was, yeah, for the last 15 minutes on chat. That's the last one I see. I asked you, by the way, did we know already what will be the used compound in Bahrain? C2, C3, C4, C... Okay. I don't know. I don't think they have announced that yet, but I'll double check. And I'm also wondering why did your comment not appear in chat? But let me just very quickly try to see. Let's see. So if you search for Bahrain specifically, it gives you only the testing. So let's just see 2026. My gut feeling says it's probably too early. So looks like there is, we have information for the first 3 Grand Prix. So Australia, we have the C3, the C4, and the C5. And I also posted on chat as well. But yeah, so Australia, we have C3, C4, and C5. For China, we will have the C2, the C3, and the C4. And for Japan, we will have the C1, the C2, and the C3. only the first, and this is official from Pirelli press release. So far we only have confirmation for the first three Grand Prix. I'll put it also on chat. Yeah, so this is what we have so far. Obviously, the softest compound for that particular track will be for the qualifying. Yeah, the last one is Suzuka, Japan. So the C1, the C2, and the C3. Hey, Aston Martin keeps running, so that's good. It was not just an installation lap. 2 laps. 2 laps now. Eight minutes. I asked because in the chat only shows up the first 2 Grand Prix. Really? Interesting. Can someone else on chat confirm if you guys can see all 3 first races tire allocation? Because I don't know if it's pickup speed. I don't know if it's something at your end or with the chat. But can somebody please confirm in chat if you guys can see all 3 first GPs? Yeah, that's weird. Okay, so I will put Japan once again. But I'll be curious if somebody tells me if the initial comments actually did appear. Okay, so I tried again for Japan. Did it appear? Okay, now it shows up. I don't know, it's weird. I've also on purpose kind of left only basic moderation. But yeah, I don't know what's wrong with it. I just hope that, my comments not being visible, whatever. But I keep talking anyway. But I just hope that someone hasn't been, in the morning watching and leaving a comment, and then the comment never kind of showed up for me. And maybe that's what. Oh, I'm now actually thinking. What was his name? That he was saying that I'm ignoring him. I just wonder. The Grayson boy. Maybe he was actually putting comments in chat, but I was just never seeing them. and he was saying that I was ignoring him. Weird. Okay, so Haja was... Hey, there we go, for Red Bull fun. So the last car still running was the Red Bull. The last car in the pits. So, with the red flag now out, let's see what do we have in terms of completed laps for everybody. So we have Ferrari top of the pile with 80 laps for Leclerc. Oh, no, I was wrong. We actually have Ocon Haas. Still a Ferrari power unit, but not the Ferrari car. And Ocon has completed 82 laps. Then Leclerc with 80. Then we have Lindblad with 77. So that's a pretty good mileage as well for the Racing Bulls. Then we have Piastri with 66 together with Sainz. So the Williams and McLaren equal in terms of lap time, lap number. Then we have Hulkenberg and Audi with 64, which is quite good mileage for them as well. And then we have Red Bull with 59, Gasly and Alpine with 57, so he managed to complete a Grand Prix. Then we have Antonelli with 49, unfortunately for them, with that car problem they're having, which we still haven't heard, by the way, what it is. He had to stop at 49, and then we have at the bottom, we have, oh, Perez. Am I reading this correctly? Cadillac did 61 laps. I thought they did a lot less. So I was definitely wrong with them. So they did a pretty good mileage as well. And then we have, at the bottom of the pile, we have Aston Martin with only a couple of laps. Okay. So overall, not bad for pretty much everybody. I'm sure Mercedes are not happy. But yeah, Aston Martin, not great. The final 3 minutes, I suppose they will do a race start procedure. Wow, we have only 3 cars testing the race start procedure. That's surprising. And no Ferrari. I wanted to see Ferrari because they've been really good at launching their car. So I'm trying to see these blue boards that they're saying that are supposed to give them the 5 seconds extra, but I don't see it. Oh, so this is an aborted start. So this is an extra formation lap, and then it will be the launch. But have you guys seen somewhere on the images or the video footage these blue boards that are supposed to give the 5 seconds extra at the starting grid? Because I have not seen them. Yeah, so it's still going to be the 3 cars. No one else is coming out of the pits. By the way, another question, because obviously I cannot play any sound from the official broadcast. What if I put just a small kind of quiet in the background, just car engine sounds? Would that be, so it doesn't sound too boring just listening to my voice, but you can hear some cars? Would that be useful or good? Do you want to guys have that? Here we go, let's go. A race start procedure. Who will be in P1 down into turn 1? Is it going to be Ocon? Is it going to be Hadja? Or is it going to be Piastri? Green flag on the back. Oh, pre-start. Oh, okay. Now I saw the board. So it's only on the side for the drivers to see. We cannot see it as viewers. So good launch for McLaren. So it looks like Ferrari and McLaren, again, who knows if the other ones are showing their hand really, but Ferrari and McLaren seem to be very consistent when it comes to launching the car off the starting grid. Good. I mean, Ocon also did well. I think the Ferrari engined cars doing well on that. Okay, so this is it for the morning session. So we already went through the mileage, the total mileage in terms of lap times. So we have Ferrari 33.6, but way off the pace from yesterday, so that's a second off, second slower. Obviously the morning session, hotter track conditions. Actually, what was yesterday morning session the fastest lap time? Just double check. probably the best way to do it is actually here on the broadcast. So yesterday was day 2, session 1. Let's see what was the fastest lap. So yesterday was Lando Norris 133.4. So yesterday we were a couple of tenths, 2.5 tenths faster than the fastest lap time today. And if we look at day 1, what did we do on day 1? So on day 1, the fastest lap was 133.7. So, and that was again Leclerc. So at least Ferrari are consistent, or at least Leclerc is. The fastest lap time on day 1, session 1, and the fastest lap time on day 3, session 1, and it's just as fast. So there is that. Good consistency from Leclerc and Ferrari, definitely. Let's just put the message on the screen. Afternoon session. Just make it bigger so people know. And we have, what's that, 53 minutes. Okay. I will take 10 minutes break as well. I'm not gonna take the whole hour, but I just will go grab something to eat, and I'll be back in up to 10 minutes. So I'll go mute for now, and I'll see you soon, guys. Hello, I am back. Do you guys hear the sound from the video in the background? Do we still have someone in chat? My mouse died, sorry about that. Put it on the charger. Can you hear the background sound? Just over 10 minutes to go. We're nearly ready for the afternoon session. And let's just quickly check who is driving in the afternoon. Okay, so for McLaren, we will have Lando Norris in the car in the afternoon. For Mercedes, we'll have Russell, if they fix the car, that is. And for Red Bull, we'll have Verstappen. For Ferrari, we should have... Lewis yesterday did the whole day, right? So today should be Leclerc for the whole day. So in the afternoon, it will be Leclerc. For Williams, no change. We'll still have Sainz. And for Racing Bulls, also no change. We'll have Lindblad. Aston Martin, if they do some running, that's going to be Stroll. For Haas, they will be swapping drivers. So we will have Oli Behrman in the car in the afternoon. Audi, we will have Bortoleto in the car. For Alpine, no change. We'll continue with Gasly in the car for the afternoon session as well. And Cadillac, we will have Bottas in the car for the afternoon. 8 minutes to go. Nearly there. Williams have fired up the car though. We see the RPM. It's idling at 4,000. So I suppose we know which car will be the first one on track in the afternoon session. So far, it's only the Williams. Okay, I will stop this video now. And we can get ready for the afternoon session. Okay, so we are back. Let me disable the... I still have 1.5 minutes. Okay. The countdown is gone, which means we are ready to go. Max doesn't have his race helmet on, which means he won't be coming out of the pits in the first few minutes. Okay, we have a green light on pit exit and not a single car coming out of the pits. Oh, interesting. So the McLaren boards are up, which means the floor of the car is not on the car. So there is some work going on in a McLaren garage. Who do we think is going to be the first one out? Mercedes also work going on the car, so they're not coming out soon as well. But who do we think is going to be the first car out? Looks like it might be Leclerc. So they fired up the Ferrari, tested the brake and throttle pedals. It's idling at 3,500 RPM. Interesting. So earlier on, when we had the Williams fired up, it was idling at 4,000 RPM, and the Ferrari is idling at 3,500 RPM. So interesting. I'm looking at the telemetry for the Ferrari. So yeah, so it's idling at 3,500 RPM. They went through the gears all the way up to 8th gear while in the pits. So they're doing all the checks. And engines off for the Ferrari. Okay, so Max is getting in the car, getting his seatbelts down, helmet on, which means it's not going to be long before we see Max and Red Bull on track. So it was Haas, the first car out, have Oliver Behrman. Let's go, Ollie. So I will remove the tire location because obviously now we have more cars on track and we need to be able to see them all. Way, and we have Aston Martin. That was a good sign. Aston Martin being the second car out, considering they did only 2 laps in the morning. And the Mercedes mechanics seem to be having doing progress on the car, because now we have the boards down, which means that the floor is mounted to the car now. So looks like Stroll is, these are not installation laps. So first of all, he's on the C3 tire, and second, it looks like he's doing like a normal lap instead of the installation laps in the morning. Wow. So the first sector for Stroll was not too bad. That was what, 32.2? But the second sector way off. And he's back in the pits. So not a long run for Aston Martin after all. So that was out lap, a fairly normal second lap, and into the pits. Okay, so we have Verstappen on track. And Behrman is back in the pits, so let's go Lindblad. So they're interviewing at the moment Mark Temple, the technical director performance for McLaren. And he's saying that they're fairly happy with the pre-season testing so far. Okay, Lindblad is in the pits. So let's go with Behrman. Behrman. Who is also in the pits. So the only car on track at the moment is the Red Bull of Max Verstappen. Yeah, so McLaren seem pretty happy with, especially how this week has gone. He's saying that they've had a few issues here and there, but nothing too major. And overall, they're very happy, especially with this week. And of course, he emphasized how much of a change 2026 has been. He basically said that it's the biggest change he has seen throughout his life in Formula One. And he said pretty much every single thing on the car is new for this season. Which, again, obviously we've known for a while, but yeah, it's just he's acknowledging all the hard work by everyone at McLaren and by every other team that they needed to put to get these cars even up and running in Bahrain. Ooh, nice question. Do you think you're in the top four? I hope so, is the answer from McLaren. Quote. With a smile on his face. So I think he's reasonably comfortable that and confident that they are in the top four. And we're seeing Adrian Newey, the man himself. He did not have the famous clipboard in his hands, though. What is Max doing? So he is on a 4-lap old tires. And we still have no one else running on track. Oh, and as I said that, we have a Williams firing up. Yeah, so they showed George Russell. So Mercedes will definitely be running in the afternoon. The car seems almost ready. Is signed on fresh tires? No, they're not fresh. So they're 3 laps old as well. Okay, so we finally have a few more cars now on track. Let's just see what tires everybody's on. Nobody's on the new tires. Williams is back in the pits. Oh, that was I guess that was a replay. Haas doing the starting procedure test as well. The launch procedure, rather. Lindblad is starting a new lap. Let's see if that's going to be a push lap. These are used tires, but still, let's see what the lap time is going to look like. So that's nearly 2 seconds off sector 1. So definitely way off the pace. So the last lap for Lindblad, obviously he's on a long run, but the last lap it was 140.5. Let's see what he does this time around. So similar. So he's definitely chasing consistency. And they're showing again Flavio Briatore looking very focused at that Alpine car. We have Aston Martin back on track. Okay, so he's starting a new lap, a fresh lap. Okay, so let's see, we're on board with him. So, so understeer into turn 4 and then snap oversteer on the exit of turn 4. It looks really wild. So the Aston Martin not only is not running most of the time, but it also looks really handful when it does. And he's back in the pits. So he continues just to do, so he's doing out lap and then an in lap essentially. So he still has not completed a single proper lap. So it's just in lap, out lap, out lap, in lap. And so far he has done 6 laps. And all of them have been like this. So just doing an out lap and then going back straight into the pits. Yeah, the Aston Martin doesn't look good at all. And we have Cadillac soon to be on track. So that's Bottas. What is he running? We still don't see the tire. It looks like the hard tire, but I can't see it from this angle. Yeah, it's the white stripe hard tire, so either C1 or C2. Actually, I think Cadillac didn't have a C1 allocated. No, they did. Okay, so that's Verstappen back in the pits. Hey, we have Mercedes. Let's see. First laps for George Russell today. So Gasly is out of the car for the moment. Okay, so it seems like Alpine are planning an entire race simulation, a proper race simulation, not just a long stint running, but an actual race simulation this afternoon, like with all of the kind of necessary procedures they would do on a normal race day. And then afterwards, they will do a kind of few fast runs, depending on how much time is left, and also how many fresh tires they have. But yeah, so that's the plan for Alpine. So at some point, Gasly is going to come out, and we'll do 50 to 60 laps. We'll see if they actually do that, but at least that's the plan for now. So far, how many laps Gasly has done in the morning? So 59. So he has already done one Grand Prix worth of laps. And looks like they want to do a second one in the afternoon. So Mercedes have a new rear wing today. Compared to yesterday. Yeah, so they've added like a couple of gurners at the outer edge of the rear wing on both sides. So I wonder if they've shaved off maybe a little bit of the entire rear wing and just the gurners on the ends on both corners. Apparently, they're explaining where Gurney, the name comes from, which I didn't know. Named after Dan Gurney, a racing driver. In the 60s, apparently. Did anybody in chat actually know where the Gurney name comes from? I didn't. So they're showing team radio from Bottas. Struggling to understand the wind direction so far. Yeah, so they're again showing in replay basically all of the different cars and the different approaches to the rear wing and the straight line mode. And you can see the updated Mercedes rear wing. Okay. So it looks like they all have it anyway. And we have Leclerc getting ready. So soon we'll see Ferrari on track as well. That's a front wing change for Mercedes. I suppose they're just testing pit stops. And he's back out. So I feel like there is a bit too much of a delay from multi-viewer, so let me try to decrease it a little bit. Okay, so I decreased a little bit the latency, so maybe it will be a bit better synced. So who do we have? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars on track. Not too busy still, considering 40 minutes have already passed. Okay, so George so far is, how many laps he did? 8 laps. Yeah, so it looks like, so some of the cars continue to be, so for instance, Sainz seems to be a gear lower compared to, let's say, what we used to have last year with our generation of cars. But George Russell seems to be running pretty much the same gears as last year. So still different approaches I think they're taking. From what I've seen from the onboards, generally feels like they're at least one gear lower than what they used to run last year. But hmm. So Julian Palmer is at turn 14 and basically just talking about the differences between the different power units. And he was saying what we have been observing basically for the last few days, that the Ferrari feels just, I mean, sounds quieter, but also kind of just feels like no drama. So compliant, not noisy, and just seems like easier. So Palmer was saying drivability seems better as well. So we'll see what that means when the actual racing starts. But yeah, I think it's shocking that some of the cars are going down to second gear out of turn 14. I mean, that's crazy. And a lot of them are dropping it down to first in turn 1. It's very strange. Again, I know why they do it, because of the turbo. But and we have a Ferrari on track. So let's see. Do we have any Ferrari fans on chat at the moment? So Leclerc is not on brand new tires, so they've done 4 laps. And this lap was very slow, so I'm not sure, 16 seconds off the pace. So I'm not sure what he was testing. Okay, so now Leclerc is pushing even on old tires, even so the wind has picked up. Now we're looking at 8 kilometers an hour northeast, and the track is still fairly hot. It's about 38 degrees. It's not the 45 at lunchtime, but still it's fairly hot. And his first sector was not bad at all. So we have Mercedes in the pits. So guys, whose telemetry do you want to see? Anyone in particular? I'm going to put Lindblad, but let me know if you want someone else. Actually, Verstappen is out on track as well. Let's see what he has for us. So I was looking at Max is on board, and obviously he's way off the pace and doing a long run. But it's interesting when you go on board with many other cars and drivers, then you would see even on the long runs, there would be full of understeer or oversteer depending on the corner. The cars get nervous. Max, he hit every apex, and the whole lap just looked uneventful, which is what you want. Impressive stuff by Max, no surprise. What's that now? They're showing turn 8. Just the different lines all the drivers are taking. So Verstappen is reaching 287 kilometers an hour before braking for turn 11. And let's see on the back straight. So normally people are reaching 291. So he did 293. On the long runs, people generally are about 291. And let's see what he would do on the start finish straight. So peaked at 298. So there is still work going on the McLaren. No laps for Lando Norris today yet. So let's see on this lap, Max Verstappen 292 on the back straight. I still think the delay is too big from multi-view. I'm just resetting the timing sheet because it's having too much of a delay. I decreased the latency a little bit now. So I should be more in sync with the individual driver telemetry that you see on the right hand side, a bit closer between the track map and the live data from the F1 TV. Yeah, Haas look good. Haas, I think it's going to be between Haas, Williams, and Alpine, at least at the beginning of the season, for P5, which will be the fifth team behind the top four. Is George Russell on fresh set of tires? That seems like a fast lap. Yes, that's a fresh set of tires. And that's the C3 tire. So let's see. Green sector 1. Let's see how he does it. How he does in sector 2. 1:10.673 to beat, which is like last time from this morning. And Russell is 1 second down after 2 sectors. Okay, so that's up to P7 for Russell. 1.3 seconds off. Yeah, so far Audi and McLaren have not done a single lap this afternoon. Actually, what's going on with Audi? They had a pretty good morning. Hulkenberg did how many laps? 64 laps. So they had a pretty strong outing in the morning. But so far, over 1 hour, and we have not seen Audi on track. So let's see where we are. So wind is still fairly stable at 4.7. It was less windy in the morning. Definitely picked up after lunch, but yeah, so it's 4.7 kilometers an hour from the north. Track temperature continues to go down. Now it's at 36 and a half, and we started at 40 over 42, so 6 degrees down within an hour of the afternoon session. So the conditions are quickly getting really good for hot laps. Also, where is Gasly's long run? They were saying that they want to do a full race simulation. An hour has passed. He's still in the pits. Oh, we have Leclerc on fresh set of tires. Let's see. Max is still on old tires, 9 laps. So let's see. Is this going to be a push lap by Ferrari? Let's see. So the rear lights started flashing, I think, quite a bit earlier on the start finish line before turn 1. But let's see what sector 1. So 29.8 to beat. And he's up on the time, 1:10. Let's see, sector 2, 1:10.6 to beat. These close-up shots of the cars, obviously they look, wow, 3/10 up purple sector 2. And very early on the day as well. Yeah, Ferrari definitely looks strong in the hands of Leclerc. So he lost time in the last sector. I wonder if that was intentional or not. He still improved by 600 of a second, but very strong middle sector. There was someone saying, I think it was Wednesday, in one of the interviews, which drivers will be the best suited for these cars. And they were actually saying the two best drivers in their opinion, were going to be Max and Leclerc. Because they just like a nervous car, kind of moving about, loose car at the rear, and they just deal with it. Let's see if this is going to be the case or not. So Verstappen continues his long run. Oh, big lockup for Max in turn 1. Remember a few minutes ago I was saying how all of Max's laps look, drama-free and kind of stable and consistent, and yeah, a lockup into 1. So how many laps did Max do in the afternoon already? It seems like he has done the most out of anybody in the afternoon. Yeah, 25 laps. Max has done already. He's definitely not wasting time. So Leclerc is in the pits. Let's go with Max on board. Okay, so that was the lockup they're just showing. So the wind seems to be increasing a tiny bit. It's now 5.8 kilometers an hour. So Leclerc is on another fast lap. I mean, to be fair, Sector 1, even though is a yellow Sector 1, so it's not a PB for him. Oh, second sector, 4 tenths off. But in all fairness, his tires are 4 laps old. Yeah, he backed off. He's going in the pits, I guess. Yes, he's going in the pits. And Max is also in the pits. I assume they're going to put fresh set of tires on the Red Bull and he's going to try a quali run. Is my guess. Let's go and see what Bottas is doing in the Cadillac. Okay, so now let's showing replay of Leclerc's fastest lap. Nice and tidy through turn 1. So 7th gear into 4. Quickly on the downshifts. Really tidy on the exit of 4. Big lift. Big lift before 6. Managed to stop it down into 8. A bit of a correction on the exit. Let's slide, oversteer. Very tidy. 2nd gear through turn 10. The Ferrari so far looks planted on this lap. So into turn 11, and So what you can see from the onboard is he was doing the super clipping on turn 11 because the revs just dropped suddenly, and it feels like kind of it caught him a bit off, caught him by surprise because he ran wide into 11. And then into 13, a bit of instability at the rear, so I assume the tires were overheating by that point. But for the most part, a really tidy lap by Leclerc. He's definitely on point. And if Ferrari really have a strong car, which so far, based on testing at least, seems like the case, I think Leclerc will be one of the favorites this season. As much as I like and support Lewis, and I would love a fairy tale ending to his career with a title for Ferrari, I don't see him being able to beat Leclerc. I really don't. What do you guys think? Actually, let's put it on a poll. There's a poll. But do you guys think that Lewis can beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a world championship car? Wow, that was close racing between Mercedes and Alpine. So here is a poll. Let's see what you guys think about Hamilton and Leclerc. So that was, I'm definitely positive with regards to these cars being able to follow each other. Even now, this example that they showed with Russell and Gasly, they were able to be close to each other. It's a very good sign. Let's put them back to back and see. So far, the previous lap, and Russell peeled off into the pits, but the previous lap, so you had Gasly fast in sector 2 and 3. So it looks like he's on a fast lap. Nice race simulation pit stop for Mercedes. That looked fairly quick. Okay, so they're showing replay of the Russell Gasly little battle on track. Well, the Mercedes came from so far back into turn 1. So it's interesting. So Russell basically came from a long way back into turn 1, but out of turn 3 he was out of energy, so he could no longer actually attack Gasly. So that's very interesting. So it seems like you have to be really certain before you mount an attack of the car in front. Because it also, I mean, never mind. So he was not even able to get close to overtaking into turn four. But also, if that was a three-way battle, Russell might have been in trouble from the car behind, actually. So it will be a really strategic play, a really strategic game when it comes to overtaking and defending. Let's just hope it's entertaining for us. I'm sure that it's going to be busy work for the drivers behind the wheel, but let's just hope for us, as people who just watch it on telly, it will be a good spectacle, because that's what matters at the end of the day. But also, it feels like the overtakes now are going to be earned. Very interesting. Okay, so Lindblad is in the pits. Leclerc is back on track, so let's see. So it looks like Leclerc is, continues on his old set of tires, even though he went back into the pits. But he's still on a 6 laps old tire. But yeah, with how different wheel-to-wheel racing is going to be, I just wonder. I just wonder for, again, for the casual fans, how much will they actually understand when the cars are wheel-to-wheel racing and fighting. Hopefully F1 TV will come up with some really, really nice graphics. So it will make it very intuitive for the viewers to actually know what's going on and who is doing what in the car. So massive drift for Leclerc. It looked spectacular. Not very fast though, out of turn 13. Okay, so Leclerc is back in the pits. Who do we have on track? So that's Gasly 1 and Lindblad. I'll be right back. Just need 2 minutes break. I'm back. How's the voting going on? Do you think Hamilton can beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a championship winning car in 2026? So far, 100% of people say yes. Let's see if we can get some more votes. Okay, so Verstappen up to P3 now. So was the just under 7/10 for Max of Leclerc's best time. Okay, so the Red Bull definitely unstable through turn 6 and 7, and probably went, yeah, so that was off track into turn 8. So if that was a race session or quali session, this lap time would have been disallowed. But finally, we're seeing Max on a push lap, so more to come from him, I'm sure. The sun is starting to set slowly. And what is the track temp? So it's 32.3 degrees now, the track temperature. The wind keeps on picking up slowly, but not too bad, still 8 kilometers an hour. Is that Russell on a fast lap? 3 laps old tires, so they're not fresh tires, but he seems to be pushing based on how the car looks. He caught traffic, so that was Verstappen into turn 13, so that was not great. Okay, Verstappen peered in pits. Let's go Leclerc and Russell. So very tidy from Russell. Now we are with Russell on board. Very tidy through sector 1, the complex, the first 3 corners. Very tidy into 4 as well. But very slow. 1.2 seconds off. Yeah, to be fair, I mean, the lap time isn't there, and he's on older tires. I mean, they're not that old, but at least the Mercedes look a bit of an understeer. Most of the cars have understeer into 11. So from how the car looks on track, it seems like Russell is attacking, but just the lap time isn't there, and the lap looked clean. So I just wonder if they have maybe not turned down engines a little bit. I don't know, but it's 4.5 seconds off. It can't be just tires, because the tires are not that old. It's only 5 laps. Old tires. They're talking on the broadcast about turn 14 and 15. And I must admit, I was always treating it just as one corner as well. Turn 14 and that's it. Before these tests, I was just calling it turn 14, the whole thing. But I think we can be forgiven, given how many people still confuse one of the most famous corners in racing, not just Formula One, but in racing in general, at Spa-Francorchamps, where people still confuse which one is a Rouge and which one is actually Radion. So I think if people confuse that, we can be forgiven for turn 14 and then the little kink turn 15 at Bahrain International Racetrack. Okay, update from update on McLaren. I'll tell you in a second. Okay, so looks like McLaren just before the lunch break, McLaren have noticed some issue with the data, engine data. So precautionally, looks like they have been doing some work on the cooling system, and this is the first. They just fired up the engine, so this is the first time they've done it, and we are almost 2 hours into the session now, plus the 1 hour lunch break, so it's been 3 hours, and this is the first time they've fired up the engine. But looks like it's okay now, so they are putting all the bits and pieces on the car. So I suppose in the next few minutes we will see Lando Norris finally doing some laps, because so far he hasn't done any. So that's the update from, and I was just gonna say, the second driver who hasn't done any laps is Bortoleto, but he actually just did a couple of installation laps, 4 to be exact. So McLaren are the only team that haven't done any laps in the afternoon session. And so I can see, so you can see on the chart here on the left hand side, the RPM for the McLaren engine, for the Mercedes engine in the McLaren is 4,000 RPM, which is interesting because when the Williams was idle in the pits and it's still a Mercedes power unit, but it was 500 RPM higher. So the Williams was 4,500, and on the back of the McLaren is 4,000 RPM. And the Ferrari was, if you remember, the Ferrari was about 3,500 RPM. So it's interesting that even within the same power unit family, you have different tunings kind of going on between the different teams. Okay, so Ollie Behrman, let's go with him. So he is on a 9 laps old hard tires, doing his long stint. Yeah, so this is what I was saying earlier. So if you look at, clearly Behrman is on a long run. He's definitely not as aggressive. He's not attacking as much. He's on the slower tire. It's 9 laps old. And Russell was really attacking the track on the medium tire. And those tires were, I think, 4 laps younger than Ollie Behrman. And the lap time was similar. So I'm pretty sure Mercedes had turned down the engine for those few laps for Russell. And right now they're showing, do we have any Aston Martin fans in chat? They just showed the Aston Martin pit wall, and it was just empty chairs. Oh dear, not good. Not good. Not a single person sitting on a pit wall. Let's go Bortoletto. The first, is he actually doing some proper laps? So PB in sector 1, let's see. No, way off the pace. So that's 5.5 seconds after the first 2 sectors. Aston is not looking good. From chat, yes, I agree with you. Definitely not looking good for them. I mean, this is the last day of testing. They were saying earlier today that Aston, by far with the least amount of laps, less than 400 laps. 2 weeks of testing, 400 laps. Not good. So I think it's going to be very tough, at least beginning of the season for Aston Martin. Second question, what do you think of Max? I think Max, if Red Bull have a strong car, I think Max will be very hard to beat in 2026. And every time he has been on the car, I'm also pretty certain today, so nobody has really done like a quali run in the best conditions. I think we'll see probably after an hour or so, we'll really see a power hour, because that's going to be the last time they can do that before Melbourne. I call it now, Max will be on top of this session by the end of it. I think he'll have the fastest lap time. So yeah, I think Max has been impressive. Every time he's behind the wheel, the Red Bull looks strong, and vice versa. When Haja is in the car, Red Bull seem like the 4th best of the top 4. That's shocking indeed. I assume you mean for Aston Martin, right? Yes, really shocking. Not good. Definitely not good. And I mean, I was saying it earlier, but it's a double problem for them, because not only they're not running at the moment, so they have to solve problems, but the issue is because they're the only car running the Honda power unit. Because they are not running, there is no data for Honda to go and fix, so it's going to be tough. Your other question is, what about Cadillac? I think Cadillac and Aston Martin sadly will be by far the bottom 2 teams when Australian Grand Prix starts. They're definitely having a better test compared to Aston Martin. However, I think when Aston actually is on track and works, I think it's going to be the faster of the 2 cars. So I think Cadillac have also, again, at least for them, we can understand it's a brand new team starting from scratch. The good news about Cadillac is that they're using the Ferrari power unit. So at least one of the key aspects of 2026 season, they don't have to worry about. But they just have to build a fast car. So in terms of running, however, they've done a much better job compared to Aston Martin. Yesterday they had a pretty good day. And today, what do we have? So Bottas, 21 laps so far. And in the morning, Perez finished with the 61 laps, which is a whole Bahrain Grand Prix. So at least they're doing the running. They can get some data. Power unit is not good for Aston. Gearbox is a problem too. Yes. And I guess they're both supplied by Honda. I think the gearbox is also Honda. So yeah, so the power unit is down on I don't know Uh, the power disparity, I don't know how much down on power Aston Martin are with that Honda power unit, but definitely down on power. Definitely the weakest engine. And you have also Audi. Audi are also new, so you can argue, okay, so Mercedes and Ferrari, they're not new power units, blah blah blah. Fair, but Audi is also new, and they seem to be going much better, much stronger. Ford, in combination of Red Bull, as well, much stronger. So, don't know. It broke down yesterday, and it sounded like a box in the screw slot. Yes, yesterday my gut feeling when Fernando broke on track. My initial feeling was gearbox, but yeah, so they actually, I don't think that they have revealed what the problem was. But essentially, so they missed the last part, the majority of the afternoon session yesterday. Today, they pretty much missed the whole morning. Lance Stroll went out and he just did a couple of installation laps just 5 minutes before the lunch break, essentially. And now in the afternoon, he has done nothing. It's 6 laps they have for the whole day. 6 laps. And these are not like proper laps. He was doing an out lap and an in lap. That's it. He actually didn't complete a proper lap yet. Not yet. I'll come back shortly. Sure, welcome. You're welcome to come back anytime you want, and I'm glad to have you on chat and on the stream. So thank you for joining. I also love the conversation that we are having. I hope more people will engage. Okay, so how's the voting going? 83% of you think that Hamilton has what it takes to beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a World Championship winning car so far. Okay. Russell is in the pits, so let's see who do we have on a fairly fast lap. So let's go for Sainz because he's on at least on the medium tire, not new tire, but. Do you know what's funny? So at the moment, actually, Anthony Davidson is talking about how surprised he is that the Red Bull slash Ford power unit is working so well. Do you remember when Honda announced that they will, because first they announced that they're stepping out from Formula One, and they announced that they're coming back with Aston Martin. I remember the disappointment. All the Red Bull, Christian Horner, and all the Red Bull kind of senior management were expressing the disappointment that Honda have decided essentially to come back with another team instead of just staying together in Formula One with Red Bull. Fast forward to 2026, Red Bull are probably sitting and thinking, oh, that's good that we actually went our own way, because if we had stayed with Honda, we would be struggling as much as Aston Martin. It's funny how things work sometimes in life. Thoughts on the flip wing? I assume that's the Ferrari. Will we see it in race stream, or is it just a gimmick to throw us off the part of the Ferrari? I think it's the latter, my friend. Initially, when we saw it yesterday, I thought it was a very, very clever design, and you've seen so many videos on YouTube, everybody describing it as a clever design. But there is two things. First, they never run it afterwards. And I remember I was saying yesterday on the stream, because after they run these couple of laps with that wing, and then Ferrari were in the pits for the majority of the remaining of the morning session. And I was saying, if Ferrari come out of the garage and they're still running that wing, that means this is a genuinely, it's a genuine part that they want to test. And if they come out and they're back to the previous kind of rear wing, that was just a bluff, you know, just a misdirection. And they haven't tested that wing ever since those couple of laps. So all the spy shots, all the slow-mo videos, and they haven't tested it. And I think it was just a bluff. I don't think they'll be racing that. It also, I think maybe where that wing, I'm just kind of thinking logically, where that wing may make sense is, let's say, a low downforce track like Monza, for instance. And the reason I'm saying that is because if you think about it, in order for the wing to flip 180 degrees, that's basically just an additional physical motion that the wing is gonna has to take, which adds obviously a delay. So you have a delay on opening straight line speed, straight line mode, and then you have a delay, which means that you will engage straight line mode a bit later than the car in front or behind you. And then on the braking, because it needs to travel this extra distance to flip completely, then you have to close it quicker. So I think perhaps if you have really, really long straights, maybe the gain from the reduction of drag you gain will be enough to run it. Maybe, I don't know. I'm sure they've done the calculation, but so far it feels like a gimmick to me. How is the voting going? So 86% think that Hamilton can beat Leclerc if Ferrari is a world championship winning car, and 14% think not. Okay, so 2 hours left on the clock. Final 2 hours of testing, guys. Final 2 hours. And then we have to wait 2 long weeks until we see the cars back on track. Leclerc is back on track. So let's see what is he doing. So he's starting a lap. So he reached 325 kilometers on the start-finish line straight. So into turn 1 from 325. Is he on a fresh set of tires? Yes. So Leclerc is on brand new tires. Medium tires. So let's see. This could be a purple lap. Yeah, so far the lap looks like no drama. Down into turn 8, again, no drama. Okay, looks like we will see. So Leclerc, that's a purple second sector. And we have McLaren getting ready to send Norris finally for his first laps of the day. Okay, so, and we have a purple lap by Leclerc. So that's a 1:33.1. Still not quite as fast as yesterday, but we're getting there. Let's see if my prediction will be correct and Max will top this session. And good to see McLaren up on track again. And guys, chat, what do you think is the pecking order of the top 4 teams at least, as you see it right now? I know we will not know really for certain until round 1, but still, what do you guys think? What's the order of the top 4? Okay, number 1 Ferrari. Number 2 Mercedes. Okay. Number 3 McLaren. And number 4 Red Bull. Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? What do you guys think? How do you think the top 4 stack up against each other? Super clipping from Leclerc. They're just showing replay of his fastest lap. The 1:33.1, which is almost 8/10 faster than Antonelli's lap time. But obviously Antonelli did it in the morning. That's interesting, these slow motion shots of the Ferrari, the front wing, instead of kind of leaning forward, it was actually leaning backwards. So the back of the front wing, it looked like it's lower than the front of the Ferrari. And now the McLaren seemed kind of more flat. Okay, so Lando is back in the pits. So I suppose they're just checking if everything is okay with that McLaren before he starts pushing on track. Let's see if Russell is on fresh set of tires. He is indeed. So George is starting a flying lap, I assume. So let's see what he will do. Okay, so Mercedes down into turn 1. Yeah, this definitely looks like a hot lap. So let's see if Russell can put Mercedes on top of the chart. Okay, really wide entry into turn 4. Really wide on the exit of turn 4 as well. and 3/10 slower, even though it's a green sector. Over 3/10 slower. So looked pretty good out of turn 10. Okay, very good into 11 as well. No instability on traction. But the lap time is already a second off. And the lap looks on the edge, so I really think Mercedes might have turned down the engine a little bit. So Russell goes up to P3, but 1 second off. Very strong by Leclerc this afternoon and in the morning session, to be fair. Because even his best lap from the morning, Leclerc's best lap from the morning, would have still been P1 at the moment. Strong Ferrari. So, Josh, I think your prediction of the top four might be on point. So I have all the drivers have run laps. Maybe let's make the track map a little bit bigger. Okay. So Leclerc had a moment, turn 11. So I'm just looking at the total lap count for a single driver. So far we have Sainz with the most laps completed. So that will be good for Williams. Very good day. I mean, Sainz a little bit under the radar, not lighting up the timing sheets, but doing a lot of laps. So that's almost 2 Grand Prix, 4 more laps, and he would have completed 2 full Bahrain Grand Prix today. So lots of data for Williams. It's a good day for them. Let's see who is. So the Audi is on new tires, but that's the hard tire. What's the first sector for Bortoleto this lap? So 31.2. Not too bad, considering on the hard tire. Middle sector, not great though, so he lost a lot of time there. So yeah, so second and third sector, the lap time kind of fell away from him. Norris. Let's have a look at the McLaren. So let's see, how does Norris look? Okay, so Norris is pushing really, considering this is literally his first lap of the day. He is really pushing it. Only a second off after the first two sectors. And there we go, that's a P6 for him, 1.2 seconds off. How is the voting going? So we have... Do you think Hamilton can beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a championship winning car in 2026? 78% say yes, he can, and 22% say no, he will not beat Leclerc. And we have Verstappen on a push lap. Is he on a fresh set of tires? Yes. So, purple sector 1, 1/10. Okay. Let's see, what will Max do? Down into turn 10, no issues. Yeah, this looks like a strong lap. Let's see sector 2. Ooh. He lost a lot of time in sector 2. So really good sector 1, but there you go. P2, long way away. 7/10. 7/10. Interesting. I thought he would be closer to Leclerc last time. Which car package ultimately looks the most balanced around the track? Most balanced, I would probably have to say Ferrari. I don't know if it's the outright the fastest, but in terms of balance, I would say Ferrari. And for you? Or for chat in general? What do you guys think is the most balanced on track? So do we have someone on a fast lap? No one at the moment. Oh, Norris seems like on a push lap. Let's go have a look. That's old tires for Norris, isn't it? Yeah, so 4 laps old tires, but he looks like he's pushing. So let's see. Yeah, so 2 tenths down in sector 1, but personal best. He's definitely attacking the track. Nice through 10. No drama. But sector 2 is key. Leclerc was very, very strong in sector 2. Let's see what Norris will do. So 110.1 to beat. And yeah, so he's 6 tenths off in sector 2 alone. So 133.1 to beat and 133.999. So he improved. See, so he got it into the 133s, but still a long way off the pace of the Ferrari. We have Gasly. Let's have a look. Gasly is on a push lap. Let's see what Alpine can do. So nearly a second off after the first 2 sectors. So he was P9 before this run, and he stays P9 because he lost out in the final 3rd sector. So actually good first couple of sectors. He did a personal best, but slow 3rd sector for some reason. Ooh, massive lockup for Leclerc. Turn 1. The other thing I noticed when I was watching the Red Bull lap, the Max's fastest lap, from, what's that? So between turn 8 and 10, so he's on acceleration. I mean, clearly he was deploying energy, but then, and it is the same with the Ferrari now, down into turn 10. So between 8 and 10, so they're deploying energy, and at some point the lights flash just a single time, which means that something switches, but they're not really recharging because they really flash only once, and then they go away, which means that they're back on deploying energy. So I don't know what that is. Maybe there is just a little bit of harvesting going on the lift off, or but it's interesting. So I still am not really sure when it comes to the harvesting energy or recharging energy, what's going to be the most efficient way for them to do it. Yeah, so they're all doing it. Now I just started noticing Audi, the same story. So out of 8, they're deploying energy, and then the lights flash once, and they're back to deploying energy. Kimi Antonelli looks pretty comfortable sitting on the pit wall, not concerned. It's a good indication for Mercedes. Looks like things are going according to plan. Speaking of Mercedes, let's go with Russell on board. So that's 11 laps old, medium tires. So Russell is really pushing, even on these old tires. He's pushing. Similar to Antonelli, looks like the Mercedes drivers are on it every single lap. It doesn't matter if it's a short run, long run, old tires, new tires, they seem to be pushing every single lap. They look really motivated, Mercedes. Max is in the pits. Let's go Ferrari. I think Leclerc is doing a practice launch on pit exit, and he is on the medium tire. So maybe he'll try to push. Okay, Lando Norris is also exiting the pit, so let's go with him and Leclerc. So Leclerc is on 4 laps old tires, and Norris is on brand new spanking shiny mediums. So Norris is definitely going to be doing a quali run. Let's see, so he has 8 tenths to find. That's a lot of time to find, isn't it? And we're still way off the pace from yesterday, for instance. The track is still hotter than yesterday, so it's still 29.3 degrees. I think yesterday we were down to the 25 degrees. But you would also think today, the last day of testing, the track should be in its best condition with the most rubber on track. So I do expect to have the fastest laps of the testing, both this week and last week today. But let's see. I mean, yesterday's best time was already better than the fastest lap time from last week. So, okay, Leclerc, let's go. A bit older tires, but he's pushing. On the brakes, into turn one. Okay, nice and steady out of 3, no issues, no instability on traction. Turn 4 on the limit. On the limit just off the gravel. And yeah, good first sector. Only 400ths of a second of his personal best. Norris as well, 500ths of a second slower than Leclerc's best time. So they're both pushing. So let's see, sector 2, 1:10.1 to beat. The Ferrari looks really good. Let's see the lap time. So 2:10s down, but again on older tires. So let's see what Norris will do. Picture in picture. Oh, Norris went wide. Turn 11. Massive understeer. So that's the lap gone. I'm sure he aborted it. So 4/10 off for Leclerc. But again, remember, those were 5. Now it's six laps, but those were 5 laps old tires. And it's still enough to be 2/10 faster than Max's lap time. And Max did his lap on fresh tires. So good in these conditions. When it gets darker, you can actually see on the steering wheels with every onboard. You can see on the steering wheels the displays, what the drivers are doing. So let's see what happened to Lando in turn 11. So good out of 10. Sector 1 was fast. Ooh. So he just understeered. He applied the throttle and understeered some more. And he just went off track. Weird. Because I thought that maybe he had a snap oversteer on entry and maybe he just corrected it, but no. Just a bit of understeer, applied throttle, more understeer, and lap gone. Okay, so Lando is in the pits, Leclerc is in the pits, so we only have one car on track at the moment. And that's the Audi of Mr. Gabriel Bortoleto from Brazil. Do we have any Brazilian fans with us? I know it's very early, but do we have anyone from Brazil? So they're showing the Cadillac garage. Doesn't look too good, but Bottas seems to be in good spirits, so he's smiling. I guess also for those guys, especially for the experienced guys, for Perez and Bottas, they know that this is their last time in Formula One, so they're just gonna enjoy it. They're still one of the luckiest people in the world, because only 22 people get to do what they do. And we have Behrman as well. Okay, so I have a couple of cars. What is Bortoleto doing? So he's on a race simulation run, 14 laps. And that's a total of 33 laps for him. And we have Max going out again on brand new tires. Okay. Let's go with Max. So let's see if he can beat Leclerc's 133.1 this time around. The gap is also really big. I mean, and they're really trying. So obviously Norris really tried. Russell tried, but I don't know. I still think Mercedes might have the engine down. I really do. Based on the lap times he was doing during the long run, because he was really attacking the track and the lap time wasn't there. Like he was slower than who he was right next. Was it Haas? I don't remember, but they might have had the engine down for Mercedes. I don't know. But Max certainly tried. And the gap is still 7/10. Okay, we have Norris out as well. Let's see. McLaren versus Red Bull versus Ferrari. Okay, so Max is starting the lap. Let's see the top speed he will achieve into turn 1. 301 kilometers, which is low. Which is definitely low. So I wonder if they're trying new stuff. Maybe at what points on the track to kind of deploy energy. Purple first sector though, so let's see Norris's top speed. Turn 1. So 326, 26, yeah, 326. So purple first sector for Max. Let's see. So far the Red Bull looks good. But it's the second sector that they're losing to Leclerc. So turn 11. It's hard for me to tell from this camera. Seems okay. 110.1 to beat. Let's see. Yes. 3.5 tenths down. The Ferrari was really mighty through sector 2. And Norris is very much matching the sector 1. So let's see Max completing the lap. 4.5 tenths down still. Let's see if Norris will have a better luck. Sector 2 is the key sector. So better from Norris compared to last time where he ran wide. But still the McLaren looks understeer on exit of 11. But looks very stable to through 12 and 13. Let's see down into 14. You can hear the super clip. And Lando goes P2, 2 tenths off. Still can't match Ferrari though. But a good lap. Definitely good lap by Lando. Yeah, so it looks like the Ferrari is making all the difference versus Red Bull in sector 2, which is high downforce section. But when it comes to the McLaren, not as much of a difference, but obviously a bigger difference sector 3. Oh, we have Mercedes out. Yeah, the McLaren definitely runs lower to the ground, loads and loads of sparks. And Leclerc is out on fresh set of boots as well, so let's see. Mercedes versus Ferrari. Lindblad, 137 laps today. That's nearly 3 Grand Prix. Good for Racing Bulls. Let's go. Okay, so Leclerc, 326 as well, was it? So let's see what Ferrari can do. Will he drop it into the 132s? What do you guys think? I think yes. I still think that they will beat yesterday's lap time. But let's see. 29.6 to beat. Did he back out? What happened? I'm not sure what happened to... I think he backed out. Yeah, he backed out because he got traffic. Lindblad was in front of him. Okay, so let's see the Mercedes of Russell. Let's see sector 2. Again, down over 6 tenths. Personal best, but way down. So 133.795 for Russell. So almost 6.5 tenths down on Leclerc's lap time now. The most exciting part of the day, top teams all running quali laps against each other. And we have Max. Let's go with Max. He's starting a... oh no, sorry, that's a replay. Ooh, massive lockup. So Leclerc is back on a hot lap, and we have a new purple first sector, which was, by the way, the sector where the other cars were the closest to him. So let's see what he'll do in sector 2. So far looks good. It's turn 11. Ferrari looks good. Yeah, he's up almost 3/10. Looks really good, the Ferrari. With a track space to spare out of 15, and still 132.6. Okay, so we're down into the 32s as expected. And those were not brand new tires, yeah, so he had to do one extra lap because he aborted the first flying lap. Really good, Leclerc. Yeah, generally throughout this testing, every time Leclerc was on track, the Ferrari looked really strong. I'm just trying to look what was yesterday's best lap time. 132.8. So he already beat that lap time from yesterday with 132.6. Yeah, very good. Okay, so let's have Norris. Norris is also on a fresh set of tires, and Russell is on 4 laps old tires. Yeah, so Russell down already 2 seconds out of the first sector. I guess he bailed out on this lap. But let's see what McLaren will do. There you go. So that's a brand new oversteer out of turn 4. Still good though. Only 200ths of a second. Let's see sector 2. That's where the Ferrari were mighty. So 109.8 to beat. Let's see if the McLaren will understeer again out of 11. Looked better. But a bit slower. So 400ths of a second, 4.5 hundredths of a second. This is very good lap. Let's see T14. No drama. Looks really good. 132.6 to beat. Not quite. 132.8. So he matched yesterday's best lap from Mercedes, but not quite Leclerc from today. And looking at the sector times, it's pretty close everywhere. And the biggest gap in sector 3. Let's see replay. Yeah, that was the oversteer out of turn 2. So he definitely lost time there. Oh, and into turn 4 as well. On the entry of turn 4 and the exit of turn 4, he lost time. So actually he lost a lot of time in sector 1. That would have been a purple sector 1 easy. Maybe the tires were just not ready. Gasly is on a good lap. Let's go with him. How we're doing on the poll. Do you think Hamilton can beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a championship winning car? 78% say yes. 22% say no, he will not beat Leclerc. Oh, that's a lock-up. Gasly down into turn 8. And that's a replay from the Haas of Behrman. Let's see what happened. Turn 10. Front left, lock-up, and wide. Nothing new, I suppose. So just over 1 hour left. That's an hour and 7 minutes. So Russell continues on his run. So I wonder if he will do one more quali run before the end of the session. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of track conditions. We are at, the wind has gone down to under 3 kilometers an hour now, and then we have the track temperature just over 28 degrees, so that's 28.1 degrees. So conditions are excellent. Okay, so Max is on a lap. Let's go with him. Down into turn 1. Yeah, so the car a little bit unstable out of turn 3, but overall good. So 29.4 to beat. Let's see. Yeah, so over 1/10 down. I think he went a little bit wide on the exit of turn 4 as well. It was hard from this camera, but it looked like a bit too wide. Turn 10, no issues. So let's see. Sector 2 is where the Red Bull have been losing a lot of time compared to both the McLaren and Ferrari. 109.8 to beat. And so personal best, but still down almost 4.5 tenths. And just sector 2 is 3 tenths alone. Okay, so almost 7 tenths still the gap. Josh, I think you might be on the money. The pecking order after the preseason testing. And we have Leclerc on a brand new set of tires. Let's see if he can extend the gap to P2. Okay. So Leclerc, let's see what he does. Come on, show us the car, not his helmet. There we go. Oh, bit bumpy over the curbs. Out of 3. A bit wide on the exit of turn 4, but still purple sector. Okay, very good through 8. Wow, it looks mega in 10, really good. It looks on the edge, I'm sure it is, but it looks great. Oh, oh, oh. Almost spun. got loose on the entry of 11. That was going to be a good lap. But what was interesting, so I don't know if you are able to watch it live, but so he got loose, corrected, got loose again, corrected, 3 times, got loose and corrected, and he never spun it. I am 99% sure. I give him 1% benefit of the doubt. But if this was last year's car, if he would have tried to correct it as he did now, he would have spun. Oh, Lindblad. He's on a fast lap. Let's see. So P9 for Lindblad. The driver with the most laps today. A respectable top 10 finish as well. So far at least. Is Bortoleto on a hot lap? No. So let's go for Ole Behrman. So they're showing again the replay. So there you go. So loose, correct, loose, correct. And the third time he got loose. I can't believe he managed to catch that. Yeah, 3 times. And the hand, of course, at the very end of it. But that's the thing, he tried to stay with the lap, yeah? So, okay. So he's starting a new lap, but that's in traffic. Or is that Verstappen getting out of the pits? No, he just, okay, so he let him by. So I have Leclerc on a lap, and then Lando Norris is going to start his flying lap. So let's go with him. So far for me, this has been the most exciting couple of hours of testing. Oh, Norris is in the pits. I thought that he was on a out lap. So Leclerc is on a 3 laps old tire. So again, so if you remember, he did his 1:32.6, the best lap of the session so far. And when he did that lap time, he also had to abort 1 lap before that, so the tires were not completely fresh. And I guess you have to do it again this time around. Russell is in the pits. Okay, so now Norris is out. So how is the voting going on? So do you think Hamilton can beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a championship winning car in 2026? 70% say yes and 30% say no, he will not beat Leclerc. Okay, so Sainz is going for a hot lap. Let's see. So 6 tenths down in sector 1. Let's see, sector 2, 109.8. So far the best sector 2 lap time. So 1.5 seconds down after the first couple of sectors for Sainz. So he will be... I don't think he'll make the top 10. And he didn't. So P12. Yeah, not great from Williams, is it? Do we have any Williams fans in chat? So Mercedes are in the garage changing brakes before the final push. We're just over 50 minutes to go. Okay, so that's the wall of Ferrari mechanics trying to block the cameras from spying on the front of the Ferrari. Okay, so we have Max Verstappen on fresh tires on an outlap, the C3 tire. Let's see. So let's see Max into turn one. What's going to be the top speed? So 320, 321. So definitely the Red Bull is achieving less of a top speed into turn one. So a lot of them are like high 320s. And the Red Bull is peaking at what, 320, 321. Oh, yeah, he backed out. Turn two, oversteer. That was a loss on traction, so he's already out of it. Interesting. What's Norris on? So he's on a long run. Let's switch to Russell because they changed the brakes. And he's on a fresh set of... Is that the soft tire or is that the prototype tire? It is the prototype tire for Russell. Then we have, what was Norris doing? I thought he's going to go for overtake on Russell. It's a bit of a battle going on, McLaren versus Mercedes. Okay, so Verstappen starting another lap. Let's see if you have better luck this time around. So Russell almost 3 tenths down in sector 1 on the prototype tires. Yeah, so 4 tenths so far down for Russell. Yeah, so good lap from Russell on the test tire, the prototype tire. He actually managed to improve on that tire. What is Max doing? First sector, not. Yeah, so he bailed out, yeah. And Leclerc is back out on yet another set of fresh mediums, C3 tire. So track temp now is just over 27 degrees. Let's see if Leclerc can manage to extend that gap to P2. And also let's see, so Russell top speed, let's compare it to the Red Bull. So remember, Red Bull is at 321. So Russell peels into the pits. But let's see Leclerc's top speed. So 321, you see, so Leclerc is all the way up to 329 compared to the Red Bull, which peaks at 321. Okay, so let's see, 29.4. So Leclerc is on the softest tire, the C4 tire. So this should be the money lap. Let's see. And on board with him, perfect. Turn 4. Nice. A little bit wide on exit, but still. 1/10. Whoa. Got loose. Turn 6. Okay, very good into 10. Now accelerating down to turn 11. Let's see. Last time he almost dropped it here. A bit of an oversteer again. but all good so far. I think it's going to be a fast one. There you go. Half a second. Wow. Told you it's going to be the money lap. But this time, so let's see, sector 3, 132.6 to beat, 132.297. Yeah, so the last sector not great, but probably the tires started overheating. The car was sliding so much. This lap looked like he really had to work for it. It's the car was constantly moving underneath him on traction. Yeah, impressive by Leclerc today. Definitely impressive. Again, every time he was in the car throughout the preseason testing, Ferrari looked really strong. Okay, so Norris continues his long run. Russell, there's no point because he is on the prototype tire and they have already done 4 laps. Max is in the pits. Lindblad is on a fresh set of tires. Let's have a look. Yeah, so far so good. Any tifosi in the chat? And meanwhile, how's the voting going? Do you think Hamilton can beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a championship winning car in 2026? 64% say yes, 36% say no, he will not be able to beat Leclerc. Still have 38 minutes until the voting close. Okay, Leclerc is in the pits. I wonder if this is it for Leclerc in terms of quali runs. So Lindblad, green sector 1 and green sector 2, so personal best. So far looks good. I don't think he'll improve. I think he'll stay P8, but yeah. So overall improved the time, but still P8. So looks like the 5th team, or the battle for the 5th place, is going to be Haas, Alpine and Racing Bulls, and looks like Haas might be having the advantage. And I think disappointing for Williams, because they feel like it looks like they're a little bit behind those 3. Let's go Gasly. Let's see the Alpine. Gasly down on his personal best time. That's it was a 7/10 off his PB. And Norris is out on fresh tires, but these are the hard tires. So we might be done with the hot laps, with the quali laps. So Verstappen is going out, but he's on the that was a moment down into turn 10 for Norris. But yeah, so Verstappen is on a new set of tires, but that's the prototype tires. And Norris continues to push aggressively on the pit lane entry. Okay, so Verstappen is pushing. He'll have one lap in this tire. Let's see. Personal best, sector 1. Almost matching Leclerc, almost 600ths of a second. So let's see, sector 2, 109.409 to beat. Yeah, down 6.5 tenths down. Okay, so 8 tenths away from Leclerc. So the voting is getting closer and closer. Do you think Hamilton can beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a championship winning car? 58% say yes, and 42% say no, he will not be able to beat Leclerc. Oh, Leclerc is back out on a brand new set of tires. And Gasly is on a soft tire. Let's see what he will do. So he's running the C5 tire and he's up to P5. And Leclerc, meanwhile, another purple sector, 1/10 down. Or up, rather. Yeah, it looks so good through that second sector. The 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10 section. Really good. A bit wide on the apex of turn 10. But not too bad. I don't think he lost too much time there. Let's see, turn 11. This is where he lost a little bit of time last time. Looks planted this time around. So down into 13, let's see. Perfect. I think this is going to be a strong sector 2. Yes, purple. And sector 3 is purple as well. Down into the 131s. Wow. That's definitely a very strong lap. Very strong. Leclerc 131.9. And and just as a reference, we are only 2/10 away from the fastest yeah, let me just double check. From 2022, the fastest lap time was 131.7. So we are only 2/10 away from the 2022 cars, which was the beginning of the regulation. Yeah, mega lap. Mega lap. I think the rest of the field are no longer trying to beat. So I think Ferrari is going to be top of the pile when it comes to the end of the testing sessions. Very strong showing for Leclerc and Ferrari today after yesterday, which was, let's face it, a bit of a mediocre of a day. Not a lot of running and not particularly fast. Today, Ferrari really strong, 124 laps. So yeah, very good. Is it too soon for a Ferrari hype train? What do we think? Let's see, Bortoleto is on a flying lap. So that's Bortoleto is 134.2 into the top 10, up to P9. So Audi left it for the end there. And Max is going out as well, but what I think that's the test tire again for Max. Let's see. So Verstappen. So let's have a look at Verstappen's top speed again. Never mind. He's into the pits. And Leclerc is out on yet another fresh set of tires. The C4s. So, and Leclerc is on the C4 tire. So, here it is, guys. The chance to beat the 2022 quickest lap. Let's see. So, if he improves by over 2/10, we are officially faster than the 2022 best preseason lap time. Let's see. So down into turn 1, 327 top speed. Let's see. Looks good through 1, 2, and 3. A little bit wide into turn 1, but no major issue. Good through 4. Went wide in turn 4. And a bit unstable through 5 and 6. Yes, I think this is not going to be the lap, guys. Yeah, so that's a yellow sector 1. Let's see sector 2. Yeah. Yeah, the lap time isn't there, so almost 4 tenths down now. The best final sector. Yeah, so I think all in all, if Leclerc would have put this final sector with his best lap time, but could have, should have. What's Norris doing? That's the test tire, the prototype tire. Yo, where is the track? Uh, you mean where is the footage from the track? Yeah, I mean I can't show obviously the real thing. If I show footage from the broadcast, obviously it's gonna get flagged. So the best we can do is telemetry. So if Limblad completes this lap, that will be the driver with the most laps completed in preseason testing in Bahrain, officially by a single driver in a single day. And he's going into the pits. Okay, so that's a pit stop, tire change test, and he's back out on track. So he's definitely going to break that record. So that's 162 laps so far. Is Leclerc on yet another glory run? Yes, he is. With a brand new C4 tire again. Let's see, yellow first sector, what's that? It's a 29.3, less than a tenth of his personal best and the purple one, so let's see. On this tire, the last time around, obviously, he had a much stronger sector 3, so if he keep it close to his best lap, okay. So that's less than 2/10 down, but let's see, sector 3, he might be able to make up the difference. Let's go, final corner, turn 14, 15 down the straight line, 131.9 to beat. No, 2.5 tenths down. So not quite. But at least Ferrari are giving us some excitement. They're really giving it all. Yeah, I definitely think it's also, if you think about the inner battle between Hamilton and Leclerc, this is definitely going to put Leclerc on the forefront because he had now, what, like 7 laps, 6, 7 quali laps in a row. Different sets of tires. So he tried the C3, he tried the C4. Definitely very useful day for Leclerc. And for Ferrari, I'm sure, but Bortoleto up to P7. Nicely done. Williams have to be disappointed, right? What do we think? I mean, they've actually gone backwards in the pecking order, it seems, from last year. Not as disappointed as Aston Martin, I'm sure, but still. So Verstappen is out. Let's see. We don't know what tires he's on, but they're new tires. So Russell as well in the pits, change of tires, and off he goes again. Last 10 minutes. Last 10 minutes of the preseason testing for the 2026 season. Okay, let's see what Max does. So let's see down the straight. What? Okay, never mind. So he's back in the pits. Okay, they changed tires. Another set of mediums. But they show up as 6 laps old mediums. So only Bortoleto seems to be on fresh tires. Let's have a look. What is Audi doing? I mean, fresh. They're still 3 laps old, but better than the rest. So how's the voting going? 8 minutes still to go. Do you think Hamilton can beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a championship winning car in 2026? 62% say yes, and 38% say no, he will not beat Leclerc. Last 8 minutes of voting. And that's it, guys. The last 8 minutes is going to be testing of red flag, race starts, so this is it from the preseason testing of the 2026 season. And I was wrong. I was thinking that Max is going to top this session today, and he was P3, over a second away from Ferrari. Good times for Ferrari fans. So here is a replay of Leclerc's fastest lap time. So a bit of an oversteer into turn 4, but he still managed to carry the speed. Really good through 8. Really good 8. And down through 10. I think he was a bit wide on apex. Yes, he was. So definitely there was more lap time to be found. So he was a bit of an oversteer in 4, and then he was absolutely on the edge out of 11. Amazing. Yeah, amazing lap by Leclerc. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I don't know if Lewis was going to be able to beat him, but it's going to be definitely very hard work to do to beat Leclerc, based on the evidence of this preseason testing at least. Every time he was in the car, the Ferrari looked really strong. Okay, let's put Leclerc, and who else do we want? I assume all of them will this time do the test. So how many cars we have out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And most of the cars are out on track. So that's all of the cars out on track. Including Cadillac. So the only ones not doing the race start test is Aston Martin. What a disappointment for Aston. Especially they're probably looking at what Red Bull are doing with a brand new engine, Audi are doing with a brand new engine. I mean, everybody has a brand new engine, but it's a new engine for the company to produce, yeah. And Honda have been really struggling. So guys, let's go wild with the predictions before we have even started the season. Who do you think is going to be the world champion? Drivers world champion, not team, not constructors. Let's get some wild predictions. So let's see the launch. Ferrari are pretty good, or have been the last few days. Every time when it comes to launching the car, let's see if it's going to be the same this time around. Extra formation lap, just like the previous days. My take is top 3 team for the World Constructors Championship is number 1 Mercedes, number 2 Red Bull, and number 3 Ferrari. And when it comes to the Drivers' Championship, number 1 Russell, number 2 Verstappen, and number 3 Hamilton. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I definitely think Russell will be fighting for championship this season. So Cadillac had a really quiet afternoon. I mean, in the morning they were under the radar as well. At least they did a lot of laps. So Bottas didn't do as many laps as Perez in the morning. So Perez did over 60 laps in the morning and Bottas clocked 38 laps only. Okay, now let's see the start. Seeing from the car performance, this Mercedes engine team would dominate, especially Mercedes themselves as the team, yeah. So yeah, I like Verstappen this year is Russell's year, or perhaps King Ferrari year. I certainly hope it's going to be close between the top four. I definitely hope so. And if Mercedes are the top, I just hope it's not going to be the gap as we have seen back in 2014. I don't think so, based on the evidence we've seen so far. And McLaren is obviously very strong as well, so I don't think McLaren, even if Mercedes power unit is so far ahead of the rest, McLaren will not allow them to run away with it. Let's see. 3, 4, 5 red lights and go, go, go. And Ferrari, good start again. Look. Good launch from Ferrari yet again. So definitely Ferrari are very good at launching that car. It's the same for Haas. It's not just the Ferrari team, but the Ferrari power unit. Very good. So the voting now is 60-40. Do you think Hamilton can beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a world championship winning car in 2026? 60% say yes and 40% say no, he will not be able to beat Leclerc. Yeah, good day. I think I enjoyed today's day of testing probably the most. Especially this afternoon session was really good. Yeah, so they're showing replay of the start, the practice start, and yeah, both Haas and Ferrari really good. So here is Racing Bull on board. Good start by Lindblad as well. Bauman, so good. He was last on the grid. And he was up to what, P4 by turn 1? Let's see. So Behrman was last car on the grid. And turn 4, he's, yeah, P4. Really good launch from the Ferrari power unit. And McLaren seems very strong as well. Do you think that Red Bull was sandbagging their car performances? I think all of them were, to some extent. Especially this afternoon, today, this evening in Bahrain, you could see that actually Max was pushing. Now, whether they have turned up the power unit to its max, we will not know for certain. We will not know until Q1 in Melbourne, really. But I think they were all sandbagging. Nobody showed their real hand. Now, whether Red Bull was sandbagging more than the rest, I don't know. I mean, if you look at today, so Haja had a pretty kind of average morning, and I was expecting Max to be much stronger in the afternoon, but he wasn't. So I definitely think that Mercedes had the engine turned down. I'm not sure whether they had it turned down when Russell was doing the quali laps, but I'm almost 100% sure that they had it turned down when he was doing the long run, because you could see that he was really pushing, but the lap times were just really slow. So I'm sure they had the engine down. Also, we shall see how the vote goes. So that's what, 8 days left for the engine manufacturers to vote for this change in measurement of the power unit. And if that goes in place from August 1st, then obviously Mercedes will have to change their engine between now and then as well. And do you think that Red Bull was sandbagging much? So let's run by the final standings from day 3, the final day of testing. So Leclerc and Ferrari topping the session and topping the whole testing with 131.9. Just a reminder, that's only 2/10 of the fastest lap in 2022. So then we have Norris, Verstappen, Russell, Gasly, Behrman, Bortoletto, Antonelli, Lindblad, who sets a new record for the longest or the most laps completed during the Bahrain testing. Then we have Sainz and Piastri, Ocon, Hadja, Bottas, Hulkenberg, Perez, and not great for Aston Martin. Not great at all. Yes, every team throwing hot ball, accusing each other to have better engine and performances to each other, and I think none of them to believe. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't believe any of them. They're all sandbagging, and they're trying to kind of throw, as you said, the hot ball into someone else's corner, kind of just to manage expectations. But as I said, I think we will really not know until the qualifying sessions in Melbourne, or maybe FP2 when they start running qualifying simulation. But really qualifying 1 is where we will know. Also, the other thing is, the question is how many of the teams will turn up with already an upgraded car for round 1. And I think plenty of them will have upgrades for Australia. But overall, good testing. And now the most difficult part, which is 2 weeks of waiting until the first round. put this here. But I think so far all teams besides Aston Martin show good result. Alonso will have PTSD from the time he's in McLaren 2015. Completely agree. Completely agree. And even if you look at his kind of body language yesterday when his car stopped on track, you could see the frustration just coming through. He was really angry. So just a few days ago, he was saying how, he's confident in the team and all these other things, just as he was saying them back in the day for McLaren, and we know how that ended. But yeah, good testing. Probably too early for a Ferrari hype train, but it's good to see them up there. It's good to see the four teams, the top teams, close to each other, at least based on the preseason testing. Let's hope Mercedes haven't sandbagged too much, so we'll have an interesting, at least, beginning of the season. Now it's getting dark outside. I thought that it will show good result for Aston Martin since they have Honda powertrains and Adrian Newey as a team principal, but I think it will take time, perhaps 3 to 5 years, because the regulation are new to. So you are absolutely right. In fact, Aston Martin themselves already moved the goalpost. If you remember when they, when Lawrence Stroll bought the team and they started building a new factory, new facilities. It was supposed to be a 5-year project, but now they changed it to a 10-year project. So I think they realize the same thing as you. It's going to take probably 3 to 5 years. Yeah. I'm also surprised by the Honda Power Unit, how uncompetitive it is, but they also said that essentially when Honda pulled out of the sport a couple of years ago, also a lot of the key personnel left Honda. So the team building this engine right now is not the same people, it's not the same team that built the old engine back in the Red Bull car and the Racing Bull car from last year. So it looks like for them is also starting from scratch in a sense that they've lost the expertise, engineering expertise. Yeah, so let's close the voting. And we have the final results. So do you think Hamilton can beat Leclerc if Ferrari have a championship winning car in 2026? And the final results are 67% believe that Hamilton can still win, and 33% think that no, he cannot beat Leclerc in 2026. And I heard a rumor that Leclerc will go to Aston Martin in 2027 if Ferrari cars didn't get any better. Is that a good idea? um, on the evidence of the preseason testing of 2026 is definitely a bad idea. Long term, who knows? Um, I mean, the rumors obviously, they will always be kind of running around. I was kind of more keen to believe that Max will move to Aston Martin at some point, but I don't know. I also think that Aston Aston Martin probably will do better if they actually have a different driver lineup, in my opinion. Um, I don't think Lance is the driver to have when you're trying to build such a ambitious project. And the problem with Alonso is, I mean, I'm not saying he's beyond his prime and any of that. At the end of the day, it's like for as long as him and Hamilton, if they feel still physically fit, mentally fit, and motivated to keep going, then obviously you don't forget how to drive, right? But the problem with Alonso is when things are not going his way, uh, Alonso creates, in my opinion, a toxic environment to work in, and I don't think that helps. So, but then again, who do they get, right? So they will not be able to attract a top driver if they're struggling in the back of the grid. Having a young Formula 2 driver, then it's not going to help you much. So, yeah, tough times. I really hope for their sake that they'll have a good start of the season and ultimately Honda will get their act together and they'll build a good power unit. So, because the reality is that Aston Martin now is a works team, right? So, it's a manufacturer. They can't be on the back of the grid, yeah? They can't be. They shouldn't be. But yeah, long story short, to answer your question, yeah, I don't know. Uh, Something drastic needs to happen for Leclerc to be leaving Ferrari for Aston Martin based on what we've seen so far. It might happen, but and what do you think? Do you think that Honda will be able to develop the engine throughout 26? Or you guys think that it's more like a 27 and beyond for the Aston Martin Honda project? Uh, see. I think it would be beyond 2027. This year is calibrating year for all of them, since the new regulation, new cars, etc., etc., especially for uh, Red Bull and V Car. But I think they will dominate one day, like in the Verstappen era. For as long as Adrian Newey is there, they certainly have a good chance to do so. At the end of the day, Adrian, at least in my mind, is the best car designer in Formula One. So yeah, for as long as they keep him, should be good. But certainly many things to be excited about the new season. Yes, obviously Aston struggled. Cadillac also certainly on the back foot. But generally, the cars are, um, most teams did a lot of running. Reliability is really good. If you remember back in 2014 when we had a brand new engine, because 2022 wasn't necessarily an engine change, but kind of chassis aero and so on and so on. But back in 2014, the reliability was so bad, not just in testing, but even at the beginning of the season. So the teams feel much better prepared for the start of the season than the last time we had a change in engine. So that's the good sign. Also, the gaps looked really big, kind of between the top four and the rest. And I think obviously we do have some bagging here and there happening, and that's kind of normal for all of them. But also, there is no way the field will be as close as they were at the end of last season. It's just normal. By the end of the regulation, it's a diminishing return. So the top teams, they just cannot outdevelop the rest because there is the laws of physics ultimately. So the midfield and the kind of the back markers, they just get closer and closer. So the field overall gets closer. That's why, to be honest, in a way, last year was not that exciting apart from the fight for the championship, because in most cases it was qualifying more important than the races, because it was just so hard to overtake and the cars were so close in performance. And I think at the beginning of 26, I think the field it will be much wider spread between the top teams and the teams on the back of the grid. So we should definitely not expect kind of the close qualifying sessions that we saw in 2025. Also, if you look at the cars, how different they look. So many different philosophies when it comes to the obvious things that we can see, let's say the active aero, the straight line mode, yeah. But it's not only that, it's just so many different approaches the different teams are taking. And so, yeah, definitely I expect a much wider delta between the teams. At least Aston Martin can bag 1 to 3 world championships, driver championships, and constructor championships trophy, from what I believe. It's certainly their hope. I mean, that's why they obviously Adrian Newey, but not just Adrian Newey, right? So they attracted quite a lot of talented people into Aston Martin, and Lawrence Stroll has spent a lot of money on that team, so they certainly have the ambition and the hope, but let's see if they'll be able to achieve it. But that would be also amazing if Adrian manages to build another, because if you remember the beginnings of Red Bull, yeah, they were really nowhere when Red Bull purchased Jaguar, and look what type of a dominant team they managed to build together with Christian Horner, Adrian Newey, and a lot of other people, obviously. So yeah, it will be amazing if he manages to do the same yet again in another team. He had great success in McLaren back in the day, obviously Red Bull. One thing is for sure, Adrian knows how to design a race car. And as Jeremy Clarkson said, he was copying his homework in physics. Also, I heard a rumor that in 2030 FIA will bring V10s back, but detuned through voting. Is that a good idea? Is it a good idea? 100% yes, in my opinion. Will it happen? I'm not sure. I love the V10s. In my opinion, these were the best engines for Formula One, in my opinion. I know some people, like the V12s or the crazy V6 turbo engines from the late 80s. But in my opinion, screaming up to 19-20,000 RPM V10 from the late 90s and early 2000s is the sound of Formula One, for me at least. So if they are planning on bringing V10s, I will always say it's a good idea. Now, whether it's going to happen or not, I don't know. It all depends if the car manufacturers will stand behind such a move. I know the current FIA president wants to do it, but it all depends, right? So I think the issue is there any car relevance in a V10 engine in, 4 years from today, 5 years from today? And also you have to think longevity, right? So 10 years from today, yeah, because they still want to run it for, let's say, multiple years. I don't know. But I sure hope so. Bring back the V10s. You got my vote. And which is your favorite Formula One engine that you would like to be brought back into Formula One if we could choose? Thank you for the opinion and insight, brother. I'll bid my farewell then. Keep uploading the first person content. It's amazing to watch, and I'll see you around, bro. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel, for liking the content. I will definitely continue to be uploading the POV videos, and I'm also planning on streaming more throughout the season, the Real Formula One season. So thank you for joining today. Thank you everybody for joining today. And I wish you all a good weekend ahead. And I will see you guys when it comes to streaming in a couple of weeks for the first round of the Formula One. And in the meantime, the first person POV racing content will continue. So thank you once again and have a lovely weekend. Bye.